Hello friends and namaskar. Something very serious is happening in the automotive industry, more specifically with Honda. I'm sure all of us are Honda fan. Even if you're not Honda fan, then this information is still worthy for you to know. In a historic and shocking financial update, Honda Motors Corporation has just posted its first annual loss in nearly 70 years, reporting a staggering $9 billion deficit, which is equal to about 1.45 trillion yen in EV related charges. In this video, we dive deep into the collapse of Honda's aggressive EV only strategy and its sudden massive pivot back to hybrid technologies. Let us go and discuss this further. For nearly 70 years, Honda has been the gold standard of reliability. Since they first listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange in the year 1957, they have survived oil crises, global recessions, and shifting consumer tastes without ever posting an annual net loss until now. On May 14th, 2026, the unthinkable happened. Honda Motors Company reported a staggering $9 billion loss tied to its aggressive push into electric vehicles. To put that in perspective, that is not just a bad year, that was a historic industry shaking reversal. Just 3 years ago, Honda was the poster child for all in EV movement. They pledged to stop selling gas cars entirely by 2040. They partnered with tech giants like Sony. They committed billions to massive battery plants in Ohio and Ontario. But today, those plans are in tatters. Projects are being cancelled. CEOs are taking pay cuts, and the EV surge that was supposed to carry Honda into the future has instead driven them into a $9 billion wall. Is this the end of Honda as we know it, or is it a master stroke of survival once again? So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further with our analysis. Today we are breaking down exactly what went wrong and the hybrid lifeline Honda is desperately grabbing to save itself. Let's look at the numbers because they are brutal. Honda operating loss for the fiscal year ending March 2026 was approximately 414 billion yen. For those of you following markets, that's a massive swing from 1.2 trillion yen profit they saw just a year earlier. Where does the money go? It wasn't because the people stopped buying Hondas. In fact, if you strip away the EV investment, their core business and motorcycles and the traditional engines was actually profitable. The $9 billion loss comes from the restructuring charges. And therefore, there are several things that Honda is forced to do. First is write-off. Honda spent billions of building molds, designing software-defined platforms, and setting up the production line for their new Zero Series EV. Number two is the cancellation. When they realized that the demand wasn't there, they had to walk away. They cancelled Honda Zero SUV and the Acura RSX EV. Third is the supply chain. Because they had already made deals with supplier, they now owe billions in compensation for parts they no longer want. And this is what the analysts call a software-defined reality check. Honda tried to build a smartphone on wheels to compete with Teslas and Chinese brand like BYD, but they found they couldn't do it profitably. You might be asking why now? Why not 2 years ago? The answer lies in the perfect storm of politics and consumer behavior. In September 2025, the US landscape shifted dramatically. The second administration of President Donald Trump moved quickly to scrap EV tax credit. Suddenly, that 7,500 dollar incentive that made an electric Honda look affordable was gone. At the same time, new tariffs on the imported part made building EV even more expensive. Honda's leadership admitted they misread the room. They expected the US market to stay EV hungry forever. Instead, consumer did something unexpected. They started buying hybrids in record numbers. Even more painful was the situation in China. Honda's official report was refreshingly honest and a bit sad. They admitted they were unable to deliver products that offer value for money better than newer EV manufacturers. In short, they were being out engineered and outpriced in the world's biggest EV market. The most visible sign of this retreat is in North America. For years, Honda had been touting its Zero Series, the lineup that would define the brand for the 21st century. As of today, 15 billion EVs value chain project in Ontario, Canada has been put on indefinite hold. This wasn't just a factory, it was supposed to be an entire ecosystem from battery materials to assembly. Then there is Sony Honda partnership as well. Remember the Afila? It was a high-tech EV collaboration that was going to use Sony's entertainment system. That project has also hit a massive roadblock, with development and sales effectively halted. To show this severity, Honda's board members are forfeiting their bonuses, and the senior executives are taking 25% to 30% pay cuts. This is a company in survival mode. So, what is the plan now? Honda isn't going out of business. They are, performing a massive tactical retreat to higher ground. The ultra efficient hybrid. Instead of 100% EV by 2040, Honda has pivoted. They are now launching 15 new hybrid models globally by 2029. They are focusing on what America and the Indian buyers actually want: large D segment SUVs and mid-sized sedans that don't need a charging station. They are even retooling their EV battery plants to make smaller, cheaper hybrid batteries instead. What is the goal? The goal to return to the record high profit of 8.9 billion by fiscal year 2029. They are also leaning on their unsung heroes, the motorcycle division. While the car side was bleeding money, Honda's motorcycles, especially in India and Vietnam, are seeing massive growth. In many ways, the humble two-wheeler is subsidizing the survival of the four-wheeler division. So back to our original question. Now, is this the end of Honda? Well, if you mean the end of Honda as an EV only visionary, then definitely yes. That dream is over for now. They have scrapped the targets, cancelled their projects, and paid 9 billion, sort of tuition fee to learn a hard lesson about the market reality. But as a car company, they might be their most important moment since 1957. By admitting they were wrong, by being the decisive CEO, and Honda is trying to reclaim its clarity among the total disruption. They are betting that the future isn't the surge of electric cars, but steady hybrid middle path. So friends, what do you think about this move? Is Honda being smart by retreating, or are they falling behind for good? Let me know in the comments below. Let me know what you feel. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. I'm CK. Thanks for watching Akulmach World. I will catch you again in the next one. But before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। हम सब जानते हैं कि जो मार्केट की अनिश्चितता है, जो कभी भी स्टेबल नहीं रहता है, और बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती हैं जो बिल्कुल अनस्टेबल रहती हैं मार्केट में, जैसे कि आपके डिजिटल डिसरप्शन जो हो रहा है, और कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि गवर्नमेंट कभी नई पॉलिसीज लेके आती है। तो ऐसे बदलते हुए एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर एक महान सीईओ और एक अच्छा नेतृत्व वाला सीईओ में डिफरेंस क्या है? क्या ये सिर्फ स्ट्रेटजी है या लीडरशिप रेजिलियंस है? ये एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है। इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर ढूंढने के लिए हम भगवत गीता का सहायता लेंगे और ये जानेंगे कि हमारी लीडरशिप को कैसे हम इतना स्ट्रांग बना दें कि वो बिल्कुल अनचेंजिंग सेल्फ की तरह और एक सिद्धांत की तरह सामने आए, और कोई भी लीडर अगर इस चीज़ को फॉलो करे तो कुछ भी हो जाए, किस तरह का भी मार्केट वॉलेटिलिटी हो जाए, लेकिन लीडरशिप पे कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा। ये जानिए कैसे होगा। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। देखिए दोस्तों, जो मार्केट का जो नॉइज होता है कभी नहीं रुकता। जो शोरगुल होता है वो कभी नहीं रुकता है। ये शोरगुल क्या होता है? जैसे कि क्वार्टरली प्रोजेक्शंस होते हैं, इसमें प्रोजेक्शन कभी ऊपर होते हैं, कभी नीचे होते हैं। कॉम्पिटिटर डिसरप्टिवनेस होती है। कॉम्पिटिटर अपने प्रोडक्ट को कभी अच्छा करता है या अपने वैल्यूज को अच्छा करता है। कभी कभी सप्लाई चेन में फ्रैक्चर्स हो जाते हैं, और कभी कभी बोर्ड रूम में बहुत अलग तरीके के प्रेशर होते हैं, पॉलिटिकल और डिफरेंट तरीके के प्रेशर हो जाते हैं। ये एक ना रुकने वाला नोटिफिकेशन का शोर है जो हर सीईओ को सुनना पड़ता है। और इस जो नोटिफिकेशन है या नॉलेज है या इंफॉर्मेशन है, मार्केट रियलिटी जिसको हम बोलते हैं, इससे हमेशा उसको जो सीईओ है उसके दिमाग में ये रहता है, इनपुट रहता है, और उससे वो ड्राइव होता है। मतलब अगर ये इनपुट ना हो तो सीईओ को लगता है कि मुझे कुछ पता ही नहीं है मार्केट रियलिटी के बारे में, तो मैं ड्राइव नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ अपने स्ट्रेटेजी को। ये एक बहुत ही हाई फ्रिक्वेंसी हम की तरह महसूस होता है जो सीईओज होते हैं जो इस इनपुट को लेते हैं। लेकिन अगर मैं आपसे बोलूं कि इस ऐसा करने के बजाय, हाइपर विजिलेंट होने के बजाय, अगर आपको इस शोर से दूर होके फिर स्ट्रेटेजिक डिसीजन लेने का मौका मिले, तो क्या आपको लगेगा कि यह एक अच्छा तरीका है, या आपको लगेगा कि इससे हम आगे जा सकते हैं और इस शोर से दूर होके हम डिटैच होके हम डिसीजंस लें तो हमारे लिए ज़्यादा फायदेमंद रहेगा? तो इसी पॉइंट को आज हम डिस्कस करेंगे, और हम डिस्कस करेंगे, इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर ढूंढेंगे भगवत गीता के चैप्टर 2 वर्स 25 से, जिसमें बहुत ही प्रोफाउंड साइकोलॉजिकल फ्रेमवर्क की व्याख्या की गई है। एंड ये आज मॉडर्न सीईओ के ऊपर एकदम लागू होता है, और ये एक मास्टर क्लास की तरह है जो एक एग्जीक्यूटिव स्टेबिलिटी की तरफ आपको ले जाता है अगर आप उसको फॉलो करें। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो आप हमें कृपया बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमारा वीडियो देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देखना पसंद करते हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। हम इस श्लोक को पढ़ेंगे अब। श्लोक में ये कहा गया है कि अपने जो चीज़ आपकी इनविजिबल है या इनकंसीवेबल है या अनचेंजेबल है, अगर इसको हम जानते हैं तो इसके ऊपर हमें ज़्यादा शौक नहीं करना चाहिए। मतलब हिंदी में आपको थोड़ा सा कन्वर्ट करके बताया मैंने, ये कि संस्कृत में है ये। नाउ अब इसको हम अप्लाई करते हैं अपने बिजनेस लैंग्वेज में, बिजनेस कॉन्टेक्स्ट के अंदर। इसमें क्या होता है कि जो हम बॉडी जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, जो एक फ्रिजाइल है, इसके अंदर बहुत सारे बॉडी मतलब कि आपका जो बिजनेस का जो शोर जो आ रहा है, जैसे कि पीएल एंड स्टेटमेंट है जो फ्लक्चुएट करता रहता है, स्टॉक प्राइजेस है जो हमेशा फ्लक्चुएट करते रहते हैं, ऑफिस स्पेस है, कभी ऑफिस आपको बढ़ाना पड़ता है, कभी आपको कम करना पड़ता है, प्रोडक्ट लॉन्चेस होते हैं, कभी कभी उनमें गड़बड़ हो जाती है, नए प्रोडक्ट लॉन्चेस होते हैं, एम्प्लॉय टर्नओवर भी होता है जो कभी कभी आपकी कंपनी को या आपको मुश्किल, आपके लिए मुश्किल पैदा कर सकता है। लेकिन गीता के अनुसार इसको बॉडी कहा गया है क्योंकि बॉडी एक नश्वर है, ये खत्म हो जाती है, तो ये इससे इक्वेट किया गया है कि जो बॉडी है वो तो टेम्परेरी है, तो इसको आप परमानेंट कैसे मान सकते हैं? जो मार्केट जो नॉलेज है इसको आप कैसे ये मान सकते हैं कि यही एकदम सच है, राइट? तो इससे ये बोलते हैं भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन को ये बोलते हैं कि आप जो नश्वर चीज है, जो परमानेंट नहीं है, उसके ऊपर शोक क्यों करते हैं? तो इसी तरह से अगर आज के जो सीईओज हैं, जो मार्केट नॉलेज है, शेयर प्राइसेस है, प्रोडक्ट लॉन्चेस है, इसके ऊपर आप क्यों उतना ध्यान देते हैं? अगर इसको ना ध्यान देके बेसिक्स पे ध्यान देंगे तो हो सकता है आपके डिसीजंस अलग तरीके के आए और लॉन्ग टर्म को ध्यान में रखते हुए आए। तो एक तो ये बात होगी। दूसरा ये है कि मोस्ट सीईओज जो हैं, 100% ऑफ द सीईओज वो इसी चीज को देखते हैं, वो लॉन्ग टर्म नहीं देखते, वो देखते हैं कि मार्केट नॉलेज क्या चल रही है, शेयर प्राइस क्या चल रहा है, इस क्वार्टर में क्या होने वाला है। तो उससे क्या होता है कि आपका जो डिसीजंस है दे आर वेरी वेरी नीजर रिएक्शन के हिसाब से होते हैं, और जो आपको मार्केट बता रहा है उसी तरह से आप अपने डिसीजंस लेते हैं। अगर मार्केट आपको बता रहा है कि आप फ्लॉप होने वाले हैं तो आप हाथ पैर मारने लग जाते हैं और अपने आप को भूल जाते हैं। आप ये नहीं समझ पाते कि हमारे अंदर कितनी क्षमता है, और आप मार्केट आपको ही ड्राइव करने लगता है। मतलब मार्केट तो ड्राइव हो रहा है किसी भी तरीके से, लेकिन वो आपको भी ड्राइव करने लगता है, तो आप उसी की चपेट में आ जाते हैं। उससे क्या होता है? उससे ये होता है कि आपके जो डिसीजंस हैं वो गलत हो जाते हैं। अब आती है बात दूसरे शब्द की जो इस श्लोक में दिया गया है, उसका नाम है सेल्फ। सेल्फ का मतलब क्या है? सेल्फ का मतलब है कोर विजन, आपकी कंपनी का, आपका खुद का, और आपकी कंपनी बनी क्यों है, वाई बिहाइंड योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, आपकी कंपनी का काम क्या है, आपकी कंपनी का अनचेंजेबल मिशन क्या है, इनटेंजिबल आपकी स्ट्रेटेजी क्या है, चाहे क्वार्टर ग्रोथ 2% हो या 20%, लेकिन ऐसी क्या चीज है जो सेल्फ है, मतलब जो चेंज नहीं होती आपकी कंपनी में। तो उसको ध्यान न देके आप मार्केट वाली जो पहले जो मार्केट का शोर है उसके ऊपर ध्यान देते हैं, इसको सेल्फ को केयर नहीं करते, लेकिन जो मार्केट से जो टेम्परेरी इंफॉर्मेशन आती है उस पे आप ज्यादा ध्यान देते हैं। तो ये जो चीज है, ये पहले तो गीता का जब हम श्लोक पढ़ते हैं तो पहले हमें समझना चाहिए कि हम किस चीज के बारे में बात करें। तो आज दो चीजों के बारे में बात हो रही है, एक है बॉडी, दूसरा है सेल्फ। बॉडी इज मार्केट नॉइज और सेल्फ इज योर स्ट्रेटेजी, आपका मिशन, एक्सेट्रा। अब आप देखिए, कोई सर्जन है जो एक सीईओ के समान है, कभी भी फियर से पैरालाइज नहीं होता है। मतलब जो पेशेंट पे के ऊपर जो वो काम कर रहे होते हैं, अपना उनके ऊपर उपचार या इलाज कर रहे होते हैं, तो कभी इतना इमोशनल नहीं होते हैं। क्यों? इसका मतलब यही है कि अगर वो इमोशनल हो जाएंगे तो वो पेशेंट की ठीक तरीके से इलाज नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो इसी तरीके से सीईओ इतना इमोशनल नहीं होना चाहिए मार्केट नॉलेज को लेकर। अपने बेसिक, अपनी सेल्फ के ऊपर ज़्यादा ध्यान देना चाहिए, और अपने जो स्ट्रेटजी है उसको ऑपरेशनलाइज करने के लिए उसको एक लॉन्ग टर्म स्ट्रेटजी बनानी चाहिए जो बिल्कुल चेंज ना हो, कभी चेंज ना हो, अनचेंजेबल जिसको बोलते हैं। तो भगवान कृष्ण ने बताया कि आपकी स्ट्रेटेजी, आपका मिशन, आपकी वैल्यूज बिल्कुल अनचेंजेबल होनी चाहिए। अब इन चीजों को हम करेंगे कैसे? अगर आपको आज ये करना हुआ तो ऑब्वियसली एक दिन में तो ये हो नहीं पाएगा। तो चार चीजें मैं अपनी तरफ से आपको बताता हूं जो आपको प्रैक्टिस करनी है। पहला है सेल्फ ऑडिट। आप किसी भी डिसीजन, कोई भी डिसीजन लेने से पहले आप पहले इस सिचुएशन का ऑडिट कर लें, ऑडिट का मतलब ये है कि अगर मैं कोई डिसीजन लेने वाला हूँ या वाली हूँ, तो ये देख लें कि मैं डिसीजन जो ले रहा हूँ लॉन्ग टर्म को ध्यान में रख के ले रहा हूँ, या मैं जो मार्केट का नॉइज है, पैनिक होके, फियर के अंदर आके मैं इसको ले रहा हूँ। तो ये ऑडिट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। आपको 1 मिनट, 5 मिनट, आधा घंटा, 1 घंटा, जितना भी आपको टाइम लगे, इस चीज़ का आप ऑडिट करें और देखें कि मैं शॉर्ट टर्म से इफेक्ट हो रहा हूँ क्या, या मैं लॉन्ग टर्म के को कंसिडर करते हुए इस पे काम कर रहा हूँ। नंबर 2 है प्रैक्टिस रेडिकल एक्सेप्टेंस। आपको ये एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए कि जो अनचेंजेबल है मार्केट के अंदर, वो कभी चेंज नहीं हो सकता, उसको कोई भी हिला नहीं सकता है। उसके उसको कोई भी आ जाए, कितना भी ताकतवर आ जाए, जो अनचेंजेबल चीज़ें हैं उसको आप उसको आप चेंज नहीं कर सकते। तो आपके पावर में ही नहीं है, आपके और किसी के भी पावर में नहीं है। तो पहले उन चीज़ों को आपको समझना चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर आपको उस चीज़ की नॉलेज होगी कि ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ है जो बदली नहीं जा सकती, तो फिर आपके डिसीजंस बिल्कुल अलग तरीके से आएंगे और रिएक्टिव नहीं होंगे, फियरफुल नहीं होंगे आपके डिसीजंस। तीसरा जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है वो है लीड फ्रॉम द कोर। जब आपके पहले 2 पॉइंट आपने अच्छी तरह कर लिया, आपने ऑडिट कर लिया और आपने ये समझ लिया कि मार्केट में कौन सी अनशेकेबल, अनचेंजेबल चीज़ें हैं, तो फिर आप लीड फ्रॉम द कोर, अपने डिसीजंस जो होंगे अनशेकेबल सीईओज की तरह आप लेंगे, और फिर आपको किसी चीज़ की फिक्र नहीं रहेगी। आपके सारे डिसीजंस एकदम लॉन्ग टर्म बेसिस पे होंगे, जो आपके ग्रुप को, आपकी कंपनी को, आपको हमेशा पॉजिटिव डायरेक्शन में लेके जाएंगे, हमेशा रेवेन्यू ग्रोथ देंगे। कभी क्वार्टर ऊपर नीचे होगा, उससे आपको फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता है। तो ये आपका हो जाता है, एक बुलेट प्रूफ मैनेजर आप बन जाते हैं, और आप बिल्कुल, आपका जो नज़रिया है बात करने का, सोचने का, कंपनी को रन करने का, बिल्कुल बदल जाता है। तो ये जो 2 लाइनें हैं इस श्लोक में, कितना पावरफुल श्लोक है देखिए। अगर आप इसको प्रैक्टिस करें तो आप अनशेकेबल सीईओ बन सकते हैं। तो दोस्तों, अगर आपके पास कोई क्वेश्चन है, या आप और डिटेल में इसके बारे में जानना चाहते हैं, ज़रूर कमेंट करके बताएं। और ये भी बताएं कि आपकी कंपनी या आपका ग्रुप कोई क्राइसिस फेस कर रहा है, सो हम आपको उसमें हेल्प कर सकते हैं। गीता का जो ज्ञान है उसको यूज़ करके आपको हेल्प कर सकते हैं, हाउ डू यू मूव फॉरवर्ड। और आपको ये भी हेल्प कर सकते हैं कि टेम्परेरी क्या है, परमानेंट क्या है, इस चीज़ का आप आइडेंटिफिकेशन कर सकें। तो दोस्तों, थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग। मैं मिलता हूँ आपसे अगले वीडियो में जल्द ही। लीड वेल, एंड आई विल सी यू अगेन इन द नेक्स्ट वन।
Not just a political decision, it was a human catastrophe. Much like civilians of Iran who now find themselves uprooted, millions in the subcontinent were forced to abandon their homes, lands, and identities, that too overnight. Both movements, separated by decades and geography, speaks to the enduring tragedy for how political decision and power struggle can fracture the societies and leaving ordinary people to bear the heaviest burden. So the year 1947 stand as one of the most defining moment in South Asian history. It was the year when the India gained independence from British colonial rule, but it also the year when the subcontinent was violently divided into 2 nations, India and Pakistan. This partition was not merely a political act of drawing borders. It was a human tragedy of an unimaginable scale. So today we are actually, as the new documentaries revisit this chapter, they bring fresh voice and forgotten stories, reminding us that the echoes of 1947 still actually there in the hearts, in the mind, across the generations. Partition uprooted nearly 15 million people, making it one of the largest forced migration in human history. Families who had lived side by side for centuries suddenly found themselves on the opposite side of hastily drawn borders. Villages were split, friendships were dissolved, and the communities tore apart. The documentaries highlights not just the statistics, but the live experience, lived experience, like the grandmother who carries her infants across the burning field, the young man who lost his entire family on a train to Lahore, the child who never understood why neighbors turn into enemies overnight. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward on this topic, the violence was actually staggering. Estimation actually suggests that up to 1 million lives were lost in communal riots, massacres, and retaliatory killing. The documentaries do not shy away from these horrors. They show how train arrived at station filled not with the passenger but the corpses, and they recount how women bore the burns of violence, subjected to abductions and assault, and their suffering often silenced in official narratives. By revisiting these stories, filmmakers are not only documenting history but also challenging the silence that has long surrounded these wounds. Yet, in the amid of this devastation, there are also stories of extraordinary humanity, like Hindu and Muslim Sikhs who risk their lives to protect neighbors of another faith, ordinary villagers who formed a human chain to shield women and children. And these acts of compassion remind us that the partition was not only about division, it is also about resilience, courage, and stubborn persistence of hope. The documentaries also explore the political dimensions of partition. They revisit the hurried negotiation between leaders like Jawaharlal Nehru, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and the Lord Mountbatten. And they questions whether the division was inevitable or whether it was a product of colonial haste and political miscalculations. So they also highlight how these border line drawn in just 5 weeks carved through the homes, rivers, and field with a little regards for human consequences. In doing so, they invite viewers to reflect on the long shadow of colonialism and the kind of fragility of nation building. So as we close this retelling of 1947, it is impossible not to see the parallel with the conflict unfolding in Iran today. Just as the partition tore apart the families and villages and villagers and centuries of coexistence, the war in Iran are displacing communities, fracturing identities, and leaving scars that will echo for the generation. The lesson of partition is not confined to South Asia. It is universal reminder of how political decision drawn hastily or imposed violently can unravel the fabric of the society. The borders carved in 1947 create wounds that still shape India and Pakistan. In Iran, the battle of today are shaping future in the way that will remembered decades from now. So by revisiting partition, we are also not only honoring the memories of those who suffered, but also urging ourselves to recognize the human cost of division, whether it occurs occurs, whatever and wherever it occurs. The echoes of 1947 remind us that the history is not a distinct past. It is a living force reflecting in the struggles of people across the world. If we listen closely, the cries of displaced family in Iran today carries the same resonance as those who fled across this borderline, which was created by political decision in 1947. But perhaps the most powerful aspect of this retelling is their focus on memories and identity. Partition was not just a historical event. It becomes a defining marker of identity for millions. So for those who cross the borders, the trauma was carried into their children and the grandchildren. Even today in India and Pakistan, partition shapes the politics, culture, and collective memory. The documentaries capture this intergenerational transmission of trauma, showing how the past refused to remain buried. So ultimately, the echoes of 1947, when we are talking about this, the India's partition retold is not just about the revisiting the part. It is also listening to the voices that were silenced, acknowledging the pain that was ignored, and the recognition of humanity that endured against all odds. It is a call to remember, not to reopen the wound, but to ensure that such tragedies are never repeated. The echoes of 1947 remind us that the history is not distinct, it is living within us, shaping who we are and how we imagine our future. And also, the retelling of partition is more than remembrance. It's also a call to empathy, to to be vigilant, and to ensure that the tragedies of the yesterday do not become inevitable for tomorrow. So please send us your comments, subscribe to our channel for more insights in Indian spirituality and politics and the history and of course the mythology. So see you in the next one.
Rishi Kashyap, the eternal sage of Sanatan Dharam, stands as the architect of diversity itself, his legacy woven into the very fabric of existence. Kashyap's achievement was cosmic, unbounded by geography or time. His empire was not of conquest but of coexistence. A vision so vast and unconquerable that even in 2026, it challenges us to see universality as the greatest triumph of all. His contribution is not limited to progenitor of civilization, but his Kashyap Samhita, also called as Vridha Jivika Tantra, is a classic text on pediatrics, gynecology and obstetrics, still studies in Ayurveda today. Kashyap is also credited with contribution to Kashyap music and Shilpa Shastra, that is art and architecture, showing his influence beyond spiritual philosophy. So let's find out more about him. Rishi Kashyap, one of the greatest Saptarishi, is remembered not only as a sage but a progenitor of civilization. A figure whose vision encompassed the very diversity of the creation. His legacy is vast. Through his union, and Kashyap is said to have fathered myriad beings like human, animals, birds, and celestial entities. This mythic narrative is more than ancestry. It is a profound metaphor for interconnectedness, teaching all that all existence is a part of a single cosmic order. In 2026, when the humanity confronts ecological crisis, erosion of biodiversity, Kashyap's vision feels like a timeless call to honor diversity as sacred. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this topic, Rishi Kashyap's philosophy integrated dharma with natural order, that is righteousness with the natural order, urging harmony between human conduct and the rhythm of cosmos. This resonates today in a sustainability movement where the ethics and science converge to guide responsible living. And at the same time, Kashyap's worldview insists that the progress must align with the balance, that the innovation must serve the natural order. And his legacy also bridged myth and governance as dynasties traced through the lineage to him, grounding authority in values of stewardship and the continuity. So in our era of contested leadership and fractured identities, the Kashyap's example reminds us that the true governance rests on responsibility towards all being. Yet Kashyap's unconquerable achievement lies in his vision of universality. By fathering diverse lineage, he symbolized unity through multiplicity. This echoes in 2026, a globalized digital world where the pluralism is strength and the interconnectedness is destiny. His philosophy challenges us to weave difference into shared narratives of coexistence, much as he wove creation into a single cosmic order. Kashyap, traditionally associated with northern western part of Indian subcontinent, the very name Kashmir, which is a state of India, believed to derive from him. Legend says Kashyap drained the ancient lake Satisar to make the valley habitable, giving rise to region's name Kashyap Mir, that is lake of Kashyap, eventually now we call it Kashmir, or Kashyap Meru, that is mountain of Kashyap. So it is here that one must certainly mirror the spirit of Genghis Khan of Mongolia. Centuries later, embodied the relentless drive to unify vast territories under single vision. His empire stretched across continents, reshaping trade, culture, and governance. Kashyap's achievement, though born of creation rather than conquest, is monumental. Where the Khan's empire was bounded by geography and time, Kashyap's was cosmic, eternal, and unconquerable. In 2026, as humanity seeks to reconcile power with wisdom, Kashyap's achievement stands as the greatest triumph, the creation of diversity itself, the binding of existence into one living continuum. Thus, Kashyap's contribution to the world is not confined to myth or ancestry. It is philosophy of balance, diversity, and responsibility. His voice echoes across millennia, reminding us that the creation is sacred, diversity is strength, and the harmony with nature is the highest dharma, that is righteousness. In 2026, his legacy challenges us to honor the interconnectedness woven into of life, or maybe a web of life, to embrace pluralism as power and recognize that the greatest empire is not the one of conquest but coexistence. Rishi Kashyap's legacy is not a tale locked in the past, but a living philosophy that continues to shape the present. So his unconquerable achievement was the creation of universality itself, an empire of coexistence that transcends boundaries of time and geography. His presence is linked to Himalayas and surrounding region, embedding him into the spiritual landscape of northern India. He is a global impact even today. So Kashyap's vision unified existence through creation, weaving together human, animal, celestial being into one cosmic continuum. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of technological acceleration and ecological fragility, Kashyap's voice resound with clarity that the greatest triumph is not the domination but harmony, not the conquest but coexistence. So his empire endured not in maps or monuments but in the living diversity of the world. A reminder that the most powerful legacy is one that sustains life itself. So, beyond being the father of creation, he is remembered as the sage whose influence shaped both land and lineage. In 2026, his unconquerable achievement reminds us that the greatest empire is not one of the domination but of diversity and harmony, an eternal continuum where the coexistence itself is the crown jewel of civilization. So we have come to the end of this topic. We like your comments on this topic. If you want to add something on the profile of Kashyap, the great sage of India, please also like and subscribe our channel. And I look forward definitely your comment, and see you in the next one. So take care. Bye bye.
Hello, friends, and namaskaram. Let me ask you, is your leadership strategy built to last, or is it just surviving the current quarter? This is a very difficult question. If you know the answer, you can share it in the comments below. Otherwise, in this video, we will explore a transformative lesson for modern CEOs from Bhagavad Gita. While the business landscape is defined by the volatility, rapid disruption, and endless cycle of creative destruction, this ancient wisdom offers a profound perspective on resilience and vision. Let's go. If you are a CEO today, you are likely operating in a state of perpetual crisis, whether it's a market disruption, rapid technological shifts, or the relentless pressure of quarterly results. It feels like the body of your business is constantly under threat. But what if I told you that the most successful long-term leaders in history, the one whose impact spans generations, has have a secret, and it's like sharing a secret in this video. It's not a new management framework or better AI tool. It's a 5,000-year-old perspective on reality. Today, we're looking at CEO's immortal strategy derived from one of the most powerful verses in Bhagavad Gita, which is chapter 2, verse 20. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's look at the verse. The verse starts and the quote begins, "There is no birth or death for the soul, nor does it ever cease to be. It is birthless, ageless, eternal, without a beginning or an end. Even with the destruction of the body, the soul is not destroyed." And the quote close. In a business context, what is the body and what is the soul? The body is your current product line, your quarterly revenue, your office space, even your current job title. These are temporary. They shift, they rise, and inevitably they undergo changes or destruction. What is the soul? This is your company's core purpose, its mission, and your fundamental vision. These are the aspects of your business that are ageless and eternal. The mistakes many CEO makes is attaching their entire identity and their entire strategic focus to the body while ignoring the soul. So how does a CEO operationalize this? How do you apply immortal thinking to the finite quarterly cycle? There are a few things that you need to do. First, stop managing the decay. When you focus purely on the body of your business, the metrics that fluctuate, you live in a state of fear. You fear losing market share. You fear the next innovation that might make your product obsolete. But if your strategy is rooted in your core purpose, you stop fearing death. You start disrupting, and you think that is not the end. But as shedding of the old to the make way for the new, that is what you do as if you are not fearful, right? You're not holding on to things. Second, decoupling identity from the outcome. The most effective leader is like obsessed, observed, and those who can sit in the board meeting, face a disaster revenue report, and remain completely unshaken. Why? Because they know that a bad quarter is not the death sentence for their mission. They view their leadership as a process of service, not just a game of numbers, etc. Third, think in eternity cycle. If this company were to disappear tomorrow, what value would remain? What is the soul of your brand? When you answer that, your daily decision changes. You stop chasing short-term growth at any cost and start building a legacy that truly outlasts your tenure. When you realize that your purpose is birthless and ageless, the stress of the current situation changes from heavy burden into strategic challenge. You are no longer fighting for survival, you are executing a vision. This isn't about being passive or ignoring the bottom line, it's about being unshakable. An immortal strategy means you're playing a game that no one can force you to quit. It transforms your leadership style from reactive management to proactive creation. So, as you head back into your week, today is Monday, right? I want you to ask yourself one question. Are you currently over invested in the body of your business, or are you nurturing its soul? The business might face challenges, the market might change, but if you lead with this eternal perspective, your vision remains indestructible. If this resonates with you, we can discuss it further if you have any specific question. What is the soul of your business? How do you protect it during the hard times? Please drop a comment below, and let's keep this conversation going. And I look forward to receiving your thoughts. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And remember, lead with purpose, think with eternity, and stay unshakable. See you in the next one.
The universe has always carried secrets in silence, but sometimes silence trembles. When black hole collides, they send ripples across space-time. Gravitational wave that race through the cosmos like a faint echo of creation itself. For decades, these waves were thought to be mere messenger of cosmic violence. Yet now, the hidden within their rhythm, scientists believe that they may have uncovered something far more profound and the elusive fingerprint of dark matter. Dark matter, the invisible weight that binds galaxies together, has long been the phantom of physics, felt but never seen, and in theory never touched. And now that through the subtle distortion in space-time music, it may finally be whispering its presence. Imagine the cosmos itself humming within the hidden chorus, a song carried not by the light but by gravity's most delicate thread. And that is the story unfolding today, the possibility that the gravitational waves are not just echoes of collisions, but for the first time, the audible clues to the shadowing substance that shape our universe. So let's find out more. In the vast silence of cosmos, there are whispers too faint for human ear, yet powerful enough to reshape our understanding of reality. Among these whispers are gravitational waves, ripple in space-time born from the violent collisions of black holes and neutron stars. For years, the scientists have listened to these waves as a messenger of cataclysm of event, but now they may be carrying a deeper secret and evidence of dark matter itself. So, going forward, the dark matter has long been the phantom of physics. It does not shine, it does not absorb, it does not scatter light. It is invisible, detectable only through its gravitational pull on galaxies and clusters. We know its existence because the cosmos behave as if the weight down by an unseen mass. Yet, despite decades of searching, no particle detectors has captured it. No telescope has revealed its glow, and it has remained in a shadow, elusive and untouchable. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about these waves, but gravitational waves offer a new lens. When two black hole spiral together and merge, the wave that they emit carry the imprint of everything in their environment. If the dark matter surrounds them, if it pools in the halos or the clumps near their event horizons, its presence subtly alter the rhythm of the collision. The wave stretch differently and the frequency shift. The echoes linger longer than expected. These deviations are faint, buried in noise, but with the sensitive detectors like Virgo and Kagra, the scientists are beginning to tease them, listen them, and bring the information out. Recent analysis suggests that some recorded signals cannot be explained by ordinary physics alone. The pattern hint at an invisible partner tugging at the dance of a black hole and dark matter interacting not through the light but through the gravity's most delicate thread. Imagine two massive black holes colliding and their spiral slowed ever so lightly by the halo of unseen particles. And the resulting wave carries that story across the billions of light years and arriving at Earth as a faint tremor in space-time. If confirmed, this would revolutionary. This will be definitely revolutionary. It would mean that the dark matter is not merely a passive backdrop, but an active participant in the cosmic drama. It would provide the first direct evidence of its distribution around compact objects, offering clues to its nature, whether it is made of exotic particles, primordial black holes, or something stranger still. And that we have to really find out. We have to look towards the physicists for their new findings. The implication ripple outward. Dark matter may influence how galaxies form, how stars die, and how the universe itself evolve. So, by mapping its fingerprints in gravitational waves, scientists could chart its hidden architecture, tracing the invisible presence upon which the cosmos is built. It is as if we are learning to read a secret language written into space-time itself. For the layperson, the idea is both haunting and very exciting. We live in a universe where most of the matter is unseen, yet it shapes everything we know. Now, through the faintest vibrations of space time, we may finally be hearing its voice. So, dark matter, once silent, is actually beginning to speak through the music of colliding black holes. So, as detectors grow more sensitive and the data accumulates, the whisper will become clearer. Each new gravitational wave may carry another clue, another brush stroke in the portrait of invisible. And in that portrait lies the possibility of solving one of the greatest mysteries of modern science. And that is, what is a dark matter that binds the universe together? The journey is far from over, but the path has been illuminated. Gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic violence, they are the guides into unseen thread leading to us towards the shady heart of existence. The search for the dark matter has always been felt like chasing a shadow across the star. Yet now, through the faint tremors of space time, the shadow begins to take form. The gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic collision, they are becoming the voice of invisible, the rhythm of unseen, and each ripple carries us closer to unveiling the hidden universe, and where the dark matter silently shapes galaxies, stars, and destiny of creation itself. Perhaps the greatest revelation is not that we are finally hearing the dark matter, but that the universe has been singing all along. We simply need to learn how to listen. So now we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज तो बृहस्पतिवार है और आज तारीख क्या है? आज 18 तारीख है मेरे ख्याल से। तो आज बृहस्पतिवार को तो का जो दिन होता है, आप सबको पता है, वो भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान विष्णु की स्तुति करके, पूजा करके, एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ इसको हमारे साथ जुड़िए और हमारे साथ ही इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करिए। ठीक है? तो आपको जैसा पता है कि मैं इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, जिससे हमें सहूलियत होती है। सिर्फ 11 दफ़ा करना है, बहुत जल्दी हो जाएगा। इससे भगवान का भी नमन हो जाता है और आपका दिन भी अच्छा निकलता है। चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए। एक छोटा सा मंत्र हम भगवान विष्णु को समर्पित करते हुए, याद करते हुए, पूजा करते हुए हम करेंगे। तो चलिए हम शुरू करते हैं। ओम नमो भगवतु वासुदेवाय नमः। ओम नमो भगवते 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 वासुदेवाय नमः। तो हमारी पूजा संपन्न हुई, हम अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपका दिन शुभ हो। जल्दी मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। Imagine a darkness so deep it lasts 336 hours, where temperatures plummet to a lethal minus 170 degrees Celsius. If our technology fails for even a second, the Artemis base camp batteries will freeze solid, ending the mission forever. Here is how we use the fission power to survive the shadow. So in this video, we will learn more about it. NASA is about to build the ultimate fortress on the surface of the lunar South Pole. But there is one giant problem: the brutal 2 week night. By deploying a towering vertical solar array and burying the habitats under the protective lunar regolith, we are finally hacking the moon's environment. Therefore, in this video, friends, we will be studying the engineering behind our lunar survival. Let's go. Welcome once again, everyone. When we talk about returning to the moon, we often focus on the excitement of the landing, the dust kicking up, the iconic first steps, and the exploration of the lunar surface. But there is a silent, invisible antagonist that has claimed more missions than any other, which is the lunar night. For those living on Earth, night is brief 12-hour cycle, but on the moon, the sunset and doesn't return for 14 Earth days. During this time, temperature plummet to below minus 280 degrees Fahrenheit. If we want to establish a permanent presence with the Artemis base camp, we cannot simply pack up and leave when the sun goes down. Today, we are going to explore the cutting edge engineering that will keep our astronauts and equipment alive through the brutal conditions in the solar system. But first, let's talk about the energy gap. Without the sunlight, traditional solar panels, our primary source of power go dark. To survive the Artemis base camp, it relies on a multi-layered power strategy, as visualized by the NASA, and we will discuss this more in detail. Starting with the regenerative fuel cells, RFCs. During the 14 days lunar day, we don't just use power, we bank it. Through electrolysis, we store energy as hydrogen and oxygen. When night falls, these fuel cells recombine that energy is provided like electricity, acting as a massive chemical battery. Modular nuclear fission is the next one. While the batteries and the fuel cells are essential, there are limits to it. To provide a reliable, constant base load power supply, NASA is developing a small modular fission reactor. These reactors operate independently of sun, ensuring that the heaters, life support systems, and communication remains operational even in the depth of 2 week dark period. And the power is only half the battle. If you have all the electricity in the world but can't manage heat, you're still in trouble. The vacuum of space is a perfect insulator, which means heat generated inside the base has nowhere to go and heat outside has no way to keep the base warm. So, friends, as you would have understood by now that the thermal management is a two-way street. Starting with insulation. The base modules are protected by advanced multi-layer insulations which is also known as MLIs, and vacuum jacketed shells, which acts like a high-tech thermo to prevent heat loss. Next is the active thermal control system, which is in short known as ATCS. Inside the habitat, we use specialized fluid loops to collect waste heat from electronics, life support system, circulating it where it is needed the most. Next is the phase change material. We also use thermal mass as buffer. Think of this as thermal sponges. During the day, they absorb excess heat. During the night, they release that energy slowly to keep the interior's climate stable. This survival isn't just hardware; it is a strategy. Operational planning to is kind of divided into two phases, which is day and night. And friends, you must be knowing that the lunar day is equal to 14 days, and likewise the night as well, 14 earth days. Now, what we need to do now, we have to make a daytime preparation. This is the harvest phase. We maximize power storage, ensure the habitats are perfectly insulated, and preheat the thermal mass of the base to give us a running start when the sun set for 14 days. Remember that. The nighttime conversion is must be seamless. Once the sun goes down, the base shift into a low power mode. Non-essential systems are powered down, lights are dimmed, and the base transition to the autonomous state governed by the predictive algorithm that manages energy consumption to prioritize life support. Lastly, we have to also talk about redundancy. If one system fails, we have to have a backup of a backup of a backup, right? Because it's about survival of our people. Whether it is the small pressurized rover or providing a mobile shelter or secondary fission unit coming online, the goal is always total system reliability. The lunar night is brutal, unforgiving, and relentless, but it is not unbeatable. By combining nuclear energy, advanced chemistry, and the intelligent thermal management, we are turning the moon from a place where
In the turbulent dawn of 16th century, when India's spiritual soil was fractured by ritual, rigidity, and social division, a golden figure rose from Navadip, and his name was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was not merely a saint, but a storm of divine happiness, a mystic whose voice carried the thunder of revolution and the tenderness of love. Scholar turned prophet, he abandoned the pride of intellect to embrace the intoxication of devotion, declared that the highest truth was not found in a dry philosophy, but in the living fire of bhakti. His presence transformed the streets into sanctuaries, his kirtans into cosmic symphony, and his doctrine into the bridge between the finite and the infinite. Chaitanya was both the dancer and the flame, both the devotee and the divine, igniting hearts with the cry of Krishna's name. So to encounter him was to be swept into the tide of love that dissolved caste, creed, and worldly boundaries, leaving only the raw pulse of humanity united in song. So let's find out more about him. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, born as Vishambhara Mishra in 1486 in Navadip, Bengal, stands as one of the most transformative figure in India's spiritual history. His life was not merely that of saint but of a revolutionary mystic who reshaped the religious landscape of his time. Known as Gauranga for his golden complexion and also for being born under neem tree. So, Chaitanya embodied both intellectual brilliance of scholar and happiness and devotion of a mystic. His early years revealed uh, talent in Sanskrit grammar and logic, but destiny drew him away from the scholastic pride and also into making illuminous path of bhakti, devotion to Krishna. The turning point came when he met Ishara Puri in Gaya, receiving invitation and experiencing a profound spiritual awakening. From then on, Chaitanya abandoned the pursuit of intellectual dominance and surrendered to overwhelming tide of divine love. He pioneered the Sanskritan movement, a movement which is full of sangeet, music, and dance. So, and that definitely the whole happiness is like it's like combining chanting of the holy name of Krishna and transforming the streets and the courtyards into centuries of devotion. His kirtans were not merely rituals. They were living flame of collective spiritual energy, dissolving barriers of caste, creed, and social hierarchy. When the local ruler attempted to suppress this movement, Chaitanya responded not with the violence, but with the peaceful march of thousands, demonstrating the power of devotion to overcome the wildly authority. So, philosophically, Chaitanya articulated doctrine which is invincible and simultaneously oneness and difference between soul and the divine. This subtle yet profound vision bridged the extremes of motion and dualism, offering the dynamic theology that celebrate both intimacy with God and the reverence of his transcendence. So his only written work, which is Shikshatakam, actually diluted the essence of his teaching. And it also tells us about humility, surrender, and the ceaseless chanting of God's name. Chaitanya movements gave rise to Gaudiya Vaishnavism that carried forward by his disciples like Rupa and Sanatan Goswami, who actually systemized his vision into theology, literature, and practice. His legacy was not confined to Bengal. It was spread across India, influencing devotional current in Odisha, Vrindavan, and beyond. His emphasis on prem, that is love with divine, that means divine love, redefined spirituality as an intimate, emotional, and universal experience. He declared that true devotion transcends social division. The moment you say you love God, all human beings will be at your with you at your side, and where there will be no Brahmin, no Shudra, something like that was the teaching of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In 2026 and beyond, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's relevance is definitely striking. In an age fractured by polarization, his vision of unity through divine love offers a timeless antidote. His peaceful resistance to oppression resonate with the modern movement for justice and equality. His theology of oneness in a difference mirror contemporary exploration in quantum physics and AI ethics, where the paradox and the harmony coexist. The Sankirtan movement, with its emphasis on collective chanting, foreshadow the global search for community and shared transcendence in the digital era. His insistence that devotion is higher than a social distinction speaks directly to the world's striving to dismantle systematic inequalities. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now let's continue with our discussion on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Chaitanya's life was a symphony of happiness, philosophy, and compassion. He danced in the streets, wept in the longing for Krishna, debated scholars, and embraced the marginalized. So his legacy is not just a chapter in Indian spiritual renaissance. It is a living force that continues to inspire seekers, reformers, and visionaries. In 2026, as humanity grapples with the technological acceleration and existential uncertainty, Chaitanya is a call to anchor life in love, humanity, and plus humility and devotion is more urged than ever. His golden presence reminds us that the ultimate revolution is not political or technological, but a spiritual, the awakening of the heart to the infinite. So, in the golden arc of history, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu does not fade into the past. He rises perpetually into the present. His voice of devotion, his doctrine of unity, indifference, and his dance of divine love are not a relic but a living current. In the world of 2026 and beyond confronts the fragmentation, then alienations and the cold machinery of the progress. His call resounds that the highest revolution is the awakening of heart. To chant is to connect, to surrender is to transcend, and to love is to be liberate. Chaitanya's legacy is not bound to Bengal or Vrindavan. It is a pulse of humanity and a search for the meaning. And his golden presence reminds us that beyond the noise of division, there is a song of eternity waiting to be sung together. So, we have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward for your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. Bye.
Hello, friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna, tells Arjun, "O Arjun, be a yogi." But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the three most common type of executive. Let's go. For decades, Uranus and Neptune have been labeled as ice giant, described as swirling mass of water, ammonia, and methane. But the new scientific breakthroughs are shattering that model. Recent research suggests that these distant worlds might be far rockier than anyone had imagined previously. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the ice giant illusion. We explore the latest thermal modeling and the planetary data that are forcing the astronomers to rewrite the textbooks. If Uranus and Neptune aren't just the balls of ice and gas, what does that mean for the history of our solar system and the thousands of exoplanets that we have discovered so far? Let's go. Hello everyone and welcome back. For decades, when we look at the edge of our solar system, we saw two blue marbles, Uranus and Neptune. We have always called them the ice giants. Textbook taught us they were swirling mass of water, ammonia, and methane. But what if that identity is just an illusion? Recent scientific breakthroughs are suggesting these worlds might be far rockier than we ever imagined. And in this shift, we are forced to rewrite the, very rules of the planetary science. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. There are three things that we need to re-evaluate. First is, what is the core problem? Second, why re-evaluate? And third is, why the sudden change? It comes down to thermal modeling and the gravity. When scientists released data from Voyager 2 alongside new models, the math didn't quite add up. If these planets were purely ice fluid, they should be emitting heat and reacting to gravity differently. To account for their specific gravity and heat signature, these planets must contain a much higher percentage of rock or methane-rich ice than the old model allowed. The new research suggests that instead of the small rocky core surrounded by massive oceans of ice, the rocky material might be distributed much more broadly, potentially making up to 20 to 40% of their total mass. We are talking about an enlarged rocky core and a dominant solid interior. This challenges the traditional view of these planets as gas dominated or primarily fluid dominated. In business, we often talk about strategic liberation and the global shift. This discovery is a strategic liberation for planetary science. It frees us from an old, potentially incorrect framework. Just as generative AI has flipped the pyramid in the tech industry, the rocky theory flipped our understanding of the planetary formation. If the Uranus and Neptune are rocky, then the new space race, which is already heating up around the moon's south pole, might eventually extend even further as we look into the valuable materials in the outer solar system. So as we look towards 2026 and beyond, the focus is shifting from just passing exams to a skill-based revolution. In astronomy, that means moving beyond old labels and embracing the complex reality of our universe. Whether it is the direct collapse of a star or a rocky heart of an ice giant, we are living in an era of unprecedented discovery. So friends, this is something that we have learned. Thanks for joining today on the Akulmach world. And if you found this deep dive into cosmos and strategic redefinition of the planet, and if you found this helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe our channel. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a few words about our affiliate partners. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's. Hello friends, Namaskaram. The conquest of Delhi by Maratha army in 1760 remains one of the most critical turning point in the history of Indian subcontinent. By placing their power directly at the center of the Mughal Empire, the Maratha signaled a definitive shift in the balance of power. This analysis deconstructs the military and the political factors behind Maratha's takeover. We move beyond the myth to examine the logistics, the leadership of Sadashiv Rao Bhau, and the complex geopolitical landscape that forced the Marathas to take control of Delhi just months before their fateful confrontation with Durrani Empire. Let's go and explore this further. The year is 1760. For decades, the Mughal Empire has been the heartbeat of India, a sprawling colossal that dictated the fate of millions. But empires, like all things in history, are very fragile. While the Mughal emperors sat on the peacock throne in Delhi, their grip on the subcontinent was slipping. The shadow of the past was fading, and the new unstoppable force was riding up from the Deccan. Today, we are talking about one of the most defining yet often misunderstood moment in Indian military history. We are looking at the moment the Maratha Empire, empire led by the tactical genius Sadashiv Rao Bhau, marched at the gate of Delhi and did the unthinkable. They took the capital. They acquired the capital. Welcome to the story of the saffron over the red fort. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let us continue with our analysis. To understand why Marathas were in Delhi, we have to understand the chaos of 1760. India was like a chessboard and the pieces were getting shifted. To the northwest, Ahmad Shah Abdali, the Durrani Empire, were looking south with hungry eyes. The Mughal administration was weak, riddled with internal strife and corruption. The emperors were effectively puppets, and the capital, Delhi, was the prize everyone wanted to control. Enter the Marathas. By 1760, they were not just regional power, they were the de facto protectors of India. They had expanded their reach from the rugged terrains of Shayadari mountains all the way to the fertile plains of the Punjab. But their ambition wasn't just territory, it was stability. They realized that if Delhi fell to Afghans, the entire subcontinent could plunge into darkness that would undo years of their progress. So they decided to strike first. At the helm of this monumental task was Sadashiv Rao Bhau. He is often remembered through the lens of the tragedy at Panipat, but that overlooks the brilliant strategy he implemented during the campaign of defeating the Mughals. Bhav was not a man of half measures. When the order came to march, he moved with precision of a seasoned commander. He wasn't just leading a cavalry charge, he was managing the logistic chain that stretched hundreds of miles. He understood that taking Delhi wasn't just about physical victory, it was about the psychological warfare. By the time the Maratha army approached the capital, they weren't just a threat, they were an inevitability. They had the alliances, they had the momentum, and the most importantly, they had the clearest vision of what the post Mughal India looked like. But as we see, this strength was also the greatest strategic trap. In the summer of 1760, the Maratha army arrived at the banks of Yamuna, the city of Delhi. Once the invincible capital was now quite vulnerable. The defense of the city crumbled. The Maratha forces, utilizing a combination of heavy artillery and the sheer numerical superiority, systematically neutralized the opposing defenses. When the gates of the Red Fort finally opened, it wasn't just a military success, it was a historic turning point. For the first time in generations, the saffron flag of Maratha Empire flew over the Diwane arm. Think about the weight of that image. The red sandstone of fort, a symbol of Mughal prestige, suddenly framed in saffron. It was the message to every power in the region that the Marathas are here and they are the only arbiters of India's destiny. But the victory was quite quite silent. There was no widespread looting, at least not in the way their enemies had feared. Bhau needed the city's resources for his ongoing campaign. He needed a stable base. He didn't come to destroy Delhi, he came to command it. However, holding the capital was a double edged sword. While the occupation of Delhi solidified Marathas' power, it also made them massive target. Ahmad Shah Abdali, seeing the Marathas entrenched in the capital, realized that he could no longer afford to play games. The battle for India would not be fought in the shadows anymore. It would be fought on the open fields of Panipat. The capture of Delhi was a high water mark of the Maratha power before the storm. It was the moment they reached their absolute zenith. They had everything they wanted: the throne, the capital, the prestige, but they also had the longest supply lines and the largest target painted on their backs. This victory was the prelude to the Third Battle of Panipat, a conflict that would change the course of history forever. So, was the capture of Delhi a strategic masterstroke or a tactical overreach? That is a question historians have been debating for over 2 centuries now. What we do know is this: the moment the Marathas seized Delhi, they proved that they were the masters of their own destiny. They took the center stage, and for one glorious, intense window of time, the fate of India was written in the ink of Maratha Empire. So, if you want to know more about what happened after the flag was raised and their Panipat became the tragic end to their story, make sure to subscribe and hit that bell icon. We are breaking down the entire campaign in the next video. Until next time, keep exploring our history. Thanks for watching, friends. I will see you soon. Hello, friends. Can the ancient wisdom solve the modern CEO's biggest challenge? In order to answer this question, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to explore why the state of Samadhi is becoming the ultimate North Star for the 21st century executive. In the area of market volatility and constant burnout, a leader's greatest asset isn't their strategy, it is their equanimity. We break down the Sanskrit wisdom of Yajna, Kam, and Kushalam through the lens of verse 6.23, which teaches us the true mastery is a state where no external crisis can perturb your inner peace. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज है जून 22, 22 जून है आज। आज सोमवार का दिन है और आप सबको पता है कि जो सोमवार का दिन होता है वो भगवान शिव के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान की पूजा करेंगे, भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे। एक मंत्र है जिसका हम जाप करेंगे 11 दफ़ा, और आप सबको पता है कि मैं एक काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, तो ये काउंटर आप भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। और नहीं तो ये काउंटर है, जैसा आप आसान समझें, माला का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, लेकिन 11 दफ़ा आप मेरे साथ जुड़ें और इसका रिसाइटेशन करें। तो महामृत्युंजय का जाप करेंगे, ठीक है? तो भगवान का नमन कर लीजिए, हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और उनको याद करिए, और हम अब शुरू करते हैं अपनी पूजा। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात्। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात्। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय। तो दोस्तों आज की हमारी पूजा समाप्त हुई। हमने आज महामृत्युंजय का जाप किया, भगवान शंकर को ये समर्पित है। तो आपका दिन शुभ रहे, इसी कामना के साथ आज हम इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं। जल्दी मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में, तब तक कहीं मत जाइएगा।
Nagarjuna's vision of emptiness offer balance, resilience, and wisdom for the challenges of our interconnected 21st century world. In the grand tapestry of Indian philosophy, few figures stand as tall and as enigmatic as Nagarjuna, the 2nd century Buddhist philosopher, often regarded as the most influential thinker after Buddha himself. His contribution lies in the systematic exposition of Shunyavad, the doctrine of emptiness, which became the cornerstone of Madhyamaka school of Mahayana Buddhism. In 2026, Shunyavad, the philosophy of emptiness articulated by Naga Arjun, remains strikingly relevant, not just as a spiritual doctrine, but as a lens through which we can interpret the modern life, technology, and society. So Nagarjuna's genius was to show that this emptiness applies not only to the worldly appearances but also to the ultimate reality. He argued that both samsara, that means the cycle of birth and death, and nirvana, that is liberation, are empty of inherent existence. This radical insight collapsed the duality between bondage and liberation, suggesting that the absolute is not something separate from the world, but the very ground of all appearances. So, with the geopolitical tensions, climate change, economic stress, and the doctrine of emptiness teaches resilience at this point of time, that means in 2026. So, by recognizing that the cries are not permanent entities but dependent on the cause and conditions, and we approach them with the flexibility rather than despair. And this is the way to go forward when we understand the teaching of Nagarjuna. So it is important to note that the Nagarjuna did not invent Shunyavad. The seeds of this doctrine were already present in Mahayana Sutras even before his time. What makes Nagarjuna remarkable is that he gathered these scattered threads and wove them into a coherent, rigorous philosophical system. He gave Shunyavad its intellectual depth, transforming it from mystical insight into a dialectical method that could withstand scrutiny. In an era of stress, identity crisis, and the idea that self is empty of fixed essence can be liberating. So it helps individual detach from the rigid ego construct and embrace fluidity, and reducing anxiety about permanence and control. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So we were talking about Shunyavad, and Shunyavad often misunderstood as nihilism. And sometimes called it is denial, but it is not a denial of reality. The Shunya literally means void or empty, but in Nagarjuna's philosophy, it carries a subtle meaning. It refers to the absence of inherent existence, that is Swabhav. When we talk in Hindi, all phenomena, according to him, arise in dependence on cause and conditions. A principle known as something when we understand pratyaksh, and then we analyze that, and or it depend where it dependent originated. So because things exist only in the relation to other things, and they cannot possess an independent permanent essence. So in this sense they are empty. And in a world dominated by artificial intelligence, virtual realities, and shifting identities, Shunyavad reminds us that phenomena lacks inherent existence. Just as an AI model or digital avatar has no fixed essence outside its relational context, so to do human construct exist only through interdependence. So his dialectical method expressed in his teaching dismantle very philosophical position by showing its contradictions. Whether one assert existence, non-existence, both or neither, Nagarjunas demonstrate that each claim lead to a logical impasses. Reality, he insists, that transcends these categories. So it cannot be captured by intellect, which is inherently discursive or relational. So true understanding comes only through a direct spiritual realization. So as India revamp its curriculum like CBSE in 2026 roadmap, and Shunyavad offers a philosophical foundation for the critical thinking, challenging rigid categories and encouraging students to see the knowledge as dynamic and contextual and interconnected. So the middle path that Nagarjuna champions avoid the extreme of eternalism, the belief in which is permanent existence, and nihilism, that is denial of all realities. So, by affirming emptiness, he does not negate the world's, but actually reveals its relational nature. Appearances are real enough in empirical sense, but they lack ultimate substance. The absolute, meanwhile, is not a thing but a non dual reality in which all distinctions dissolve. So, this philosophy had a profound implication. It reshaped Buddhist metaphysics, influenced later thinkers in Tibet and China and Japan, even resonate with the modern philosophers who saw in Nagarjuna's prosecutors to ritualism and relationalism and demonstration. So his instances that the concept collapse under their own weight anticipate contemporary critics of language and meaning. So Shunyavad's emphasis or interdependence resonate with the ecological thought. It reminds us that the human nature technologies are not separate entity but a part of a web of condition and an insight crucial for sustainability in 2026. Yet, Nagarjuna's aim was not merely intellectual. His philosophy was deeply soteriological, and it means to liberate. So, by realizing the emptiness of all things, one is freed from clinging or aversions or delusion. The realization of shunya is or we say shunyata, that is the realization of nirvana itself. So in the end, Nagarjuna's contribution lies in his ability to articulate the ineffables. He took the Buddha's insight into dependent origination and expanded it into a comprehensive philosophy of emptiness. Shunyavad, for being a doctrine of despair, Shunyavad is a doctrine of freedom actually. So it teaches that by seeing through the illusion of inherent existence, we awaken to the non-dual reality where the samsara and the nirvana are not opposite but unified. So this is a resolution of thought that Nagarjuna gifted to the world, a vision that continues to inspire seeker and scholars alike. Please send your comments, subscribe our channel, and for more insight into Indian spirituality and mythology, see you in the next one. But before we end this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the silent depths of universe where the particles dance unseen and forces whisper across the void, neutrinos have long been the enigmatic wanderers, the ghost slipping through the matter as if it were air. For decades, they seemed passive, mere spectator in the cosmic play. But now, a startling revelation suggests that they may be tugging at reality itself. The discovery of subtle neutrino force hint at the invisible thread woven into quantum fabric. Thread that could reshape our understanding of stars, galaxies, and the very architecture of our cosmos. So let's find out more. In the grand tapestry of physics, certain threads remain elusive, simmering faintly at the edge of our perception. Among them are neutrinos, ghostly particles that stream through the cosmos, through our bodies, through the earth itself, almost without interaction. For decades, they were treated as a passive wanderers. So for decades, as they were passive wanderers and important for the balance, but not for the force. Yet, the recent discovery suggests that neutrinos may weave their own subtle thread of influence, tugging at the fabric of matter in a way we are only beginning to understand. Before we go further, let us understand what are neutrinos. So neutrinos are elementary particle that belongs to the lepton family, similar to the electrons, but unlike electrons. They carry no electric charge and have extremely small mass, making them lightest known particle with mass, though not massless, Because they do not interact via the electromagnetic or strong forces, neutrinos can pass through the ordinary matter almost completely undisturbed, which is why trillions of them pass through our bodies every second without any effect. Neutrinos are crucial for understanding the fundamental physics, including the weak nuclear force, stellar processes, and cosmology. Their unique properties make them both elusive and invaluable for probing the universe in a way that other particles cannot. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward in this interesting details, the so-called neutrino force is not a kind of a push like a gravity or electromagnetism. It is a whisper, a faint pressure that emerges when the neutrinos scatter off nuclei, leaving behind a measurable trace. Physicists long suspected such interaction, but the evidence was buried beneath the noise. So hidden in the shadow of stronger forces. So now with the executively sensitive detectors buried deep underground and shielded from the cosmic interface, the researchers have begun to tease out these hidden signals. So the implications are profound. If neutrinos exert a force, however slight, they are not merely passive messenger of nuclear reaction, but an active participant in shaping matter. This reframed their role in stellar evolution, in supernova explosions, and even in the early universe. The faint tug of neutrinos may have influenced how galaxies cluttered and how matter danced and how the cosmic web itself was stitched together. So mapping this force requires patience and ingenuity. Detectors are filled with tons of liquid argon and heavy water wait slightly for the rare moment when the neutrino collides. And each flash of light, each ripple of energy is a clue. By collecting thousands of such events, scientists have reconstructed the hidden geometry of neutrino interactions. The emerging picture is one of the delicate thread quantum filament that connects the smallest scale of particle physics to the largest structure of cosmos. The discovery also challenges the standard model of physics that are so soft. It's like a soft framework which has guided science for half a century. Now, neutrinos were already anomalies, and they oscillate between flavors, and they have a mass when the theory predicted none. Now, with the evidence of the force, they may demand an extension of model, a new chapter in our understanding of fundamental interaction. For a lay person, the idea is both humbling and exhilarating, And imagine a particle so small they pass through a wall of lead as if it was a mist. Yet collectively they shape a density of stars. Imagine a universe where the invisible thread tug gently at matter, guiding its dance across billions of years. The neutrino force reminds us that the nature's most powerful influence are not always loud or obvious. They can be subtle, patient, and hidden in a plain sight. As physicists continue to map these quantum thread, they are not merely cataloging another force, they are uncovering a deeper truth that the universe is woven from the interaction both grand and delicate, from explosion of supernova to a faintest whisper of neutrino. And in that weaving lies the story of everything: the galaxy above, the atom within, and the invisible force that binds them together. In the end, neutrino force is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a reminder that universe is stitched together by thread, both visible and unseen. Gravity may anchor the stars, electromagnetism may light the sky, but it is quite tug of neutrino that whisper of deeper harmonies. As physicists trace these quantum thread, they are not only mapping a new force, they are uncovering the poetry of existence itself, where even the faintest particle play their part in a grand design. So, invisible thread and infinite cosmos. So, we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आपका स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम भगवान की पूजा करके अपना दिन आरंभ करेंगे। आज शुक्रवार है, फ्राइडे, तो आज तो लक्ष्मी जी का पूजन बनता है। तो हम लक्ष्मी जी का एक मंत्र पढ़ेंगे, 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे, और इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करेंगे। जैसे आप जानते हैं हमारे पास एक काउंटर है जिससे हम आसानी से नंबर निकाल सकते हैं। वैसे आप जैसा चाहें वैसा कर सकते हैं। आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। आप अपने मस्तिष्क में, अपने ब्रेन के अंदर भी गिन सकते हैं। तो जैसे आपको कंफर्टेबल हो आप करें। ये इस मंत्र का हम जाप करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का जाप करें। चलिए हाथ जोड़ के हम लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान करते हैं और अब मंत्र शुरू करते हैं। श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं 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 क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। तो ओम लक्ष्मी नमः, ओम लक्ष्मी नमः। तो हमारा ये मंत्र समाप्त हुआ और हम अब अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। तो आपका दिन भी शुभ रहे, मंगलमय रहे, इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मत जाइएगा।
Friends, NVIDIA is officially reinventing the PC. At Computex 2026, Jensen Huang unveiled the NVIDIA RTX Spark, a revolutionary new ARM-based superchip designed to turn your Windows laptop into a powerful AI agent machine. In this video, we break down everything you need to know about this massive shift in computing. From its Blackwell GPU architecture and 20-core Grace CPU to the game-changing 128 GB of unified memory, the RTX Spark is positioned to take on the biggest name in the industry. We look at how this chip enables 440p AAA gaming, 12K video editing, and the local AI agent processing an ultra slim laptop from partners like Microsoft, Dell, and HP. Let's go. For 40 years, the way we use the computer hasn't really changed. You click, you type, you launch an app, you wait for it to process. It's been a tool, but what if your PC wasn't just a tool anymore? What if it was a teammate? Today at Computex 2026, NVIDIA and the NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang officially announced that the PC is being reinvented. Say hello to NVIDIA RTX Spark, a class of ARM-based superchip. This is set to redefine what we expect from our laptop and a compact desktop. This isn't just an incremental update, it's a full stack integration of a 30 years of NVIDIA innovation, which is CUDA, RTX, DLSS, all shrunk down into a powerhouse meant for a slim all-day battery laptop. So what is the RTX Spark exactly is? It is a custom designed system on a chip built in collaboration with MediaTek. At its core, you're looking at the hybrid architecture. There are several things that we need to look at. First, starting with GPU. It features a Blackwell based RTX GPU with 6144 CUDA cores and 5th generation Tensor cores capable of hitting 1 petaflop of AI performance. Next is the CPU itself. The CPU paired with 20-core Grace CPU connected via NVIDIA NVLink C2C interconnect for lightning fast communication. Third, very important, is the memory. And this is perhaps the most impressive part. It supports up to 120 gigabytes of unified LPDDR5X memory, which is pretty fast. NVIDIA is targeting high-end, thin and light design. Think of 14 to 16 inches laptop as thin as 14 millimeters and weighing around 1.3 kilogram category. They are promising all-day battery life, which, when you consider the raw performance, is a massive technical leap. But why the Spark name? It's about the agentic era. Nvidia and Microsoft have been working together for years to build a native window experience for a personal AI agent. Instead of you opening 5 different apps to get work done, the RTX Spark is designed to run these AI agents locally. We are talking about models with 120 billion parameters and a 1 billion token context windows, all running right on your device for a maximum privacy. Imagine an agent that can scan your inbox, draft responses, organize your schedule across multiple pieces of software, all without you lifting a finger. Through NVIDIA's OpenShell runtime, this is all handled securely on a local device, removing the latency and the privacy concerns of a cloud-based AI system. So, if you are a creator or a gamer, this chip is a monster. And let's start with creators. And how does it, promote creativity? It has a tie-up with Adobe. Adobe is re-architecting Photoshop and Premiere from the ground up for RTX Spark. We are seeing claims of 2x faster performance in editing, coloring, and generative AI effects. You can render 90 GB plus 3D scene or edit 12K video natively on a laptop. And for gamers, what are the advantages? We are looking at AAA titles running at 1440p resolution at over 100 frames per second, with ray tracing enabled by utilizing DLSS and reflex. These machines are punching well above their weight class, closer to middle tier gaming rings from the standard Ultrabook. So when you can get one NVIDIA confirmed that these machines will hit the market this fall. We are talking about partners across the board: Dell, HP, Asus, Lenovo, MSI, and of course Microsoft with their new Surface Laptop Ultra. HP is also bringing the platform to their OmniBook line, and we will even see compact desktop variants. This launch marks NVIDIA's most aggressive entry into the consumer PC space since the early days of Tegra chip. They are going head to head with Apple's M series and Qualcomm Snapdragon X chip, but they are bringing the entire CUDA and RTX ecosystem with them. The era of manual PC is ending and the era of agentic PC is beginning. Whether the RTX Spark becomes the new gold standard for high-end Windows laptop remains to be seen. But one thing is clear: NVIDIA is just shifting the entire industry's trajectory. So friends, what do you think? Is this the upgrade you have been waiting for, or are you holding out for most of the details on the basis of the pricing, on the basis of launch? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to subscribe to Akulmach World for more deep dives into the future of technology. I am CK and I will see you soon, very soon in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है और आप सब जानते हैं कि शनिवार का जो दिन होता है वो शनि महाराज के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान शनि की प्रार्थना करके, पूजा करके, और हर रोज की तरह हम 11 दफा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का उच्चारण आप अपने अपने वर्क स्टेशन पे, अपने अपने ऑफिस में, होम ऑफिस में करें। मैं ये काउंटर यूज करता हूँ। आप कैसे भी माला का इस्तेमाल करके या कैसे भी अपने मन में ही 11 दफे इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, भगवान का नमन करिए। ओम शनिश्चराय नमः। इस मंत्र का हमें जाप 11 दफा करना है। तो चलिए हम अब शुरू करते हैं। ओम शन शनिश्चराय नमः। 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 Om Shan Shanischaraय Namaha. 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारे भगवान की स्तुति जो पूजा है समाप्त हुई, और जिन लोगों की शनि की ढैया चल रही है उनके लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है आप हर शनिवार को इस मंत्र का जाप करें और अपना दिन शुरू करें। तो चलिए, आपका आज का दिन मंगलमय हो, इसी कामना के साथ हम इस वीडियो को समाप्त करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में। Hello friends, Namaskaram. You are most welcome. Today we have a profound question. Have you ever wondered why the company that sells you cigarettes is also stocking your kitchen pantry? From Ashirwad Atta to Bingo Snacks, India's biggest tobacco giant has pulled off one of the most successful business pivot in corporate history. But why leave the high margin tobacco business to chase a ultra competitive food market? In this video, we dive deep into the strategic metamorphosis of the tobacco giant, specifically looking at how they leverage their massive distribution network, cash reserves, and marketing expertise in dominated India FMCG sector, which is fast moving. Let's go and discuss this further. Imagine a company, its main source of revenue for decades has been a product that is globally recognized as harmful, heavily taxed, and increasingly restricted by governments everywhere. Every year, more people quit, and every year, regulations get tighter. So, if you are the CEO of that company, you would have a massive problem. You are starting to realize that you are staring at a sunset industry, but then you look around your office, you realize you have something more competitors, that do not have the world most powerful distribution network. So, what do? You don't close shops, you pivot. You decide that if you cannot get into the lung of the consumers, you are going to get into their kitchens, which is stomach of the consumer. Welcome to the most fascinating corporate transition of this century, the shift from tobacco to food. Today we are unpacking the world's biggest cigarette giant, are betting billions of their revenue on your breakfast, your snacks, and your dinner table. So, friends, if you have reached so far, let me know name of your city or country from where you have tuned in into this video. All right, let's proceed further. First, let's talk about why. It is not a secret, it is survival. For tobacco giant, the writing has been on the wall for a long time. Things like declining volumes, health awareness is at all-time high. People are definitely quitting smoking and smoking less and less. Number two is regulatory pressure. Government are hiking taxes to record levels, banning advertising, and mandating gruesome health warning on the packaging itself. Number three is the ESG pressure. Investors are increasingly moving away from the sin stocks. If you want to keep your stock price high, you need to be diversified FMCG company, not just a tobacco company. And this is what the analysts call de-risking. They aren't trying to replace tobacco overnight. They're trying to ensure that when tobacco eventually shrinks to shadow of its former self, they have they have a giant profitable food business to catch their fall. It's a transition from a sin economy to an essential economy. You might be thinking, wait, making cigarettes and making noodles are two different things completely. So, how does tobacco firm become a food giant? The answer lies in the last mile. Tobacco companies have spent 100 years building one of the most sophisticated distribution network in history. Think about it. A cigarette is a low margin, high frequency product. It needs to be available in every single corner store, every kiosk, and every rural village in every country. So when these giants decided to enter the food business, they didn't have to build a new network. They just used the existing one. The shopkeeper relationship,
They already had rapport with millions of retailers. They already had the logistics engine. They had the trucks, warehouses, and the delivery schedules. They simply told their distributors, instead of just carrying our cigarettes, we want you to carry our biscuits, our noodles, and our spices. And that is the unfair advantage that let them dominate a crowded food market in record time. Let's take the most successful example of this pivot, the ITC in India. I hope you know ITC stands for Indian Tobacco Company, but people like to call it ITC, of course, because nobody wants to talk about tobacco. ITC started as a pure tobacco company, but today it's an FMCG powerhouse. They didn't just launch one snack; they built a portfolio that covers every single part of your day. Starting with staples, which is the Ashirwad Atta. They took the most essential food product in the Indian kitchen, which is the flour, and turned it into a massive trusted brand. Then let's go to the snacks. With Bingo, they distributed the salty snacks market, which was, completely previously dominated by local unorganized players. And thirdly, the convenience. With Yippee, they took the massive instant noodle market, which was already established by other large giants. By diversifying into these categories, they changed their identity. They moved from being a company associated with health hazard to a company that provides daily nourishment. They turned their brand equity into trust. That is the genius of the pivot. They didn't sell, processed food. They sold reliability. But is this a pure virtuous shift? Well, not everyone thinks so. Critics argue that the big tobacco is simply moving from one addictive product to another. The argument is that the same marketing geniuses who mastered the art of selling cigarettes are now applying those exact same philosophies and tactics to ultra processed foods snacks that are high in salt, sugar, and fat, designed by hyper palatable and yes, mildly addictive. There is a growing debate about whether the tobacco industry's entry into the food sector is contributing to the global health crisis of obesity and diabetes. Are we just replacing a smoking habit with a snacking habit? It's a point of view that is becoming harder to ignore as these healthy packaged food continues to take over our pantry and kitchen shelves. At the end of the day, the capitalism is about survival of the fittest. These companies saw the future and they realized that if they didn't adapt, they would die. So whether you love their new food products or are you skeptical of their motives, one thing is very clear: the tobacco giants move into your dinner table is one of the most successful corporate maneuvers of the modern era. They have successfully traded the smoke for palatable sales. So next time you reach for that box of snacks or a bag of flour, take a look at the logo. You might be surprised to see that just how much influence the cigarette giants has over what you feed your family. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this deep dive, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Let me know in the comments, does knowing a brand history change whether you buy their food or you want to avoid it? I will love to hear your thoughts. Friends, see you in the next one. Hello, friends. Let me ask you, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is 7,000-year-old manuscript, and some of the teachings in Bhagavad Gita can be directly related to the modern day CEOs and entrepreneurs. While the corporate world focuses on the external ROIs, the Gita point towards the ultimate ROI, which is transitioning from material containment to absolute clarity. Let us discuss this further. In the corner office of any major corporation, the metrics are always the same, which is EBITA, market share, quarterly growth, and the shareholder value. We call this the return on investment. But there is a hidden tax being paid every single day that doesn't show up on a balance sheet. It is a tax of the cluttered mind. Think about your last major decision. Was it made with 100% clarity, or was it colored by the fatigue of the previous meetings, anxiety of fluctuating markets, or perhaps the flicker of ego? Most leaders operate in a state of what the Bhagavad Gita calls material contamination. In modern terms, we call it cognitive noise. Today, we are going to take a look at 7,000-year-old formula that offers a different kind of ROI. We are looking at chapter 6, verse 28 of Bhagavad Gita. It is a verse that promises not just success, but the ultimate happiness, and for a CEO, that might be most strategic advantage you can possess. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching our live stream. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's look at the verse itself. And the verse says, quote starts, the yogic practice free from material contamination, and by connecting with the divine, he reaches the ultimate happiness. Quote close. Alright, so this, this sounds like something like a yogic practice for a busy executive, and divine might sound like they are being asked to go to a mountain retreat and not to a boardroom. But let's translate this into the language of leadership. The verse identifies three distinct stages. First, the process, a yogic practice which requires consistent mental discipline. Number two, the result, the freedom from contamination, which is removal of all biases and noise. 3. The goal, the ultimate happiness, which is a state of peak performance and flow. And therefore, for a CEO, this is something which is not just spiritual. It is a blueprint of the operational, operational side of your activities, right? Don't you think so? All right. So this is going to also, improve your excellence in yourself. What does the Gita mean by contamination in the context of 21st century company? Contamination is anything that obscure your true vision in the boardroom. This looks like ego trap. And there are several things attached to the ego trap. First is making decision to win an argument rather than to serve the company's mission. Second is analysis paralysis, being so bogged down by data that you lose your intuitiveness, gut feeling, etc. Third is the emotional residue, carrying the frustration of a failed merger into your dinner with your family, or worse, into your next strategic session. When a CEO is contaminated, they are reactive. When you are reactive, you are predictable. And in business, being predictable is a liability. The Gita suggests that through yogic practice, which can be defined as structured meditation, mindfulness, and radical self-awareness, we begin to filter this contamination. Imagine your mind as a lens. Over years of high-stress leadership, that lens gets covered in dust. This verse is about daily habit of wiping the lens clean. The verse mentioned, contact with divine, etc. The word of high performance, we have a different word for this, which is flow. And it is that state where the self vanishes, the time slows down, and you execute with effortless precision. But there is a deeper layer here. For a CEO, connecting with the divine can be interpreted as connecting with the highest purpose. When a leader is connected to a purpose greater than their own paycheck or their own reputation, something shifts. This connection provides a steady anchor. And if the market crashes, the anchor holds. If the media attacks, the anchor holds. Why? Because your sense of ultimate happiness is no longer tied to the external material world. It is, it is sourced from an internal connection to the truth. This is the ultimate ROI. And if you cannot be shaken by external volatility, you become most stable point in your organization. Everyone else will look towards you to see how you react. If you are connected to that inner clarity, your organization stays calm. So how does a CEO actually do this? We don't expect you to move the Himalayas. The Gita was spoken on a battlefield, not a yoga studio. It is a manual for the people in the thick of fight. Certain things you can do, something like you can actually plan your stillness. Treat your meditation or reflection time like a board meeting. You wouldn't skip a meeting with your top investor. Don't skip the meeting with your inner self. This is where the cleaning happens. The contamination check is the second step. Before every major meeting, ask yourself, is there a contamination within you? Am I angry? Am I seeking validation? Identify the noise and it loses its power over you. Leading from Sukha, which is happiness, most leaders believe happiness comes after the success. Verse 28 flips that script. It says the practice leads to happiness, and happiness is the foundation for everything else. Lead from a place of fulfillment, and your decisions will be more sustainable and ethical. We live in an era of a hyper contamination, information overload, social media pressures, and relentless pace of AI are making clarity harder to find than ever before, right? The CEO of the future is not the one with the most data. It is the one with the cleanest lens. By practicing the principle of Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 28, you aren't just becoming a better spiritual person. You are becoming more effective, more resilient, and more visionary leader. You are trading the temporary high of material gains for the ultimate happiness and for a clear mind. This is the ultimate ROI, and we have come to the end of our discussion today. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. Now, go back to your desk, take a deep breath, and remove contamination from your mind. Lead with clarity. So friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I move on to the next topic, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Imagine you're moving into a new apartment, but there is a catch. You have to carry every single piece of furniture, the walls, the plumbing, and the oxygen system on your back while climbing a mountain. That is essentially the challenge of building a base on the moon. For decades, the dream of lunar colony has been held back by one brutal reality, which is the weight. In the space industry, mass is money. Every extra kilogram of steel or aluminum you send to lunar surface cost a fortune in rocket fuel. Because of this, most proposed moon bases have been small, cramped, and incredibly difficult to scale. But that's about to change now. A Florida based startup called Max Space has just unveiled a design that sounds like something out of a science fiction novel, a pop up habitat. They aren't just building rooms, they are building what they call the scalable real estate for the moon. And if they succeed, the era of flags and footprints is over and the era of lunar cities is going to begin. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. So why is the max space important? They recently emerged from the stealth with a bold claim. They can provide most habitable volume for the lowest launch mass in history. In April 2026, the company unveiled a subscale version of their expandable habitat, proving that this isn't just a digital render, it's a physical hardware. Led by the co-founder Salim Mia and Aaron Kammer, MaxSpace is leveraging over 30 years of material science knowledge and what they call the practical readiness of the materials to solve the hardest problem in lunar exploration. The core idea is very simple. Instead of sending a rigid metal tube that is mostly empty space, you send a highly compressed, ultra strong fabric envelope. One of it hits the lunar surface, it pops up and expanding to 20 times its original stored volume. Think about that. One single SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, a workhorse of the modern space flight, could theoretically launch a fully equipped habitat with 350 cubic meters of volume. To put that in perspective, that's about a third of the entire habitable volume of the International Space Station delivered in a single relatively cheap launch. Now, I know what you're thinking. Inflatable on the moon. Well, isn't that just a giant balloon waiting to pop? It's a very fair question. The lunar environment is a nightmare. Temperatures swing between 107 degrees in the sun to minus 153 in the shade. There is no atmosphere to stop micrometeorites, and radiation from solar flare can be lethal. But Max Space design isn't a balloon. It's an engineering marvel made of interwoven layer of advanced materials like Kevlar and specialized polymer bladders. Why this is actually better than metal? There are several reasons, starting with the debris protection. This is the first reason. Rigid metal hull can actually shatter or spall when hit by a high speed space dust. Expandable layer absorbs the disperse the impact energy much like a bulletproof vest. Second is the radiation shielding. Because these habitats are so large, once expanded, they can be outfitted with internal shieldings or even covered with lunar regolith, which is the moon soil or moon dirt, whatever you want to call it, and that will create a massive radiation proof bunker. Number 3 is the mass to volume ratio. In a rigid module, the walls have to be thick enough to handle launch vibration and internal pressures. With an expandable, the walls are optimized for the pressure of the space, making them lighter and stronger per square inch. The company calls this scalable real estate because it allows for a modular approach. You don't just build one room, you link them together. You can have a pop-up lab, a pop-up greenhouse, and pop-up sleeping quarters, all connected by a pressurized tunnel. This news couldn't come at a better time. We are currently in the middle of Artemis era. As of April 2026, Artemis 2 has successfully returned from its lunar flyby. marking the first humans to have seen the far side of moon with their own eyes since 1972. NASA is now laser focused on Artemis 4 and Artemis 5, which are targeted for 2028. Artemis 5 is going to be very interesting because it's specifically where the moon base phase begins. NASA recently announced they are moving away from the Lunar Gateway space station concept in favor of a permanent surface infrastructure. They want to stay on the surface of the moon. And this is where the Max Space and the Voyager Technologies partnership comes, in reality and becomes more real. The company behind the Star Lab, in fact, the Voyager you may be knowing is the company behind this Star Lab space station, and has made a multi-million dollar investment in Max Space to ensure this tech is ready for the Artemis mission. Now, what is the goal? By the late 2020s, instead of astronauts living out of their lander for a week, they will move into these max space habitat for months at a time. This tech turns a visit into a colony. So that is a very clear goal. What is the next step now? Max Space isn't going straight to the moon. First, they have to prove it their system works in vacuum of Earth's orbit. Their first flight, known as the mission, Evolution, is scheduled for 2027 as a ride share on a Falcon 9. This will be a smaller prototype to validate the deployment sequence and structural integrity. If that works, the sky, or rather the lunar south pole, is the limit. They are already designing their Thunderbird station, a commercial outpost that could serve as a lunar hotel or a research hub. For 60 years, we have thought about space station, the moon bases as cold metallic cylinders, but the future of human life beyond Earth might be softer, lighter, and much, much bigger. Max Space is betting that the key to cosmos isn't building bigger rockets, but building smarter houses. If they are right, the first pop-up colony on the moon won't just be a scientific outpost. It will be the first real piece of lunar real estate in human history. Now, the question is, if you could book a room in a pop-up lunar hotel in 2030, would you go to moon? I will like to know your answer. So friends, thanks for watching. If you want to stay updated on the race to build the first moon base, hit that subscribe button and check out our other videos on Artemis program. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram, you're most welcome. In a world where the C suite executives are constantly bombarded by the quarterly volatility, market noise, and the relentless competition, how do you maintain a clear competitive edge? The secret isn't more speed or more data, it is strategic withdrawal. Just as the tortoise instinctively pulls its limbs into its shell to protect itself from danger, a high performing CEO must learn to withdraw their focus from the chaos of the marketplace to make grounded, objective decisions. We translate this ancient wisdom into the modern toolkit for executive resilience and the emotional regulation. Let's go. Look at your desk, look at your phone. In the span of last 60 seconds, you have probably, likely been notified of a market fluctuation, an urgent email from a stakeholder, a Slack message from a manager, and the general hum of the world uncertainty. As a CEO, a modern business environment demand that you be always on. We are taught that the best leaders are the fastest to react. If there is a crisis, we pounce on it. If there is a trend, we pivot. But what if I told you that this constant state of reaction is actually the biggest threat to our long term success? Today, we are looking at the strategy for leadership that predates the modern corporation by thousands of years. We are talking about becoming a tortoise CEO. We are diving into chapter 2, verse 58 of Bhagavad Gita. Like a tortoise pulls his limb into the shell, one keeps his senses under one's control. And this was the very simple few lines, the verse which we want to discuss today. In this video, we aren't just talking about the stress management, we're talking about the fundamental shift in executive operations. We are going to learn how to build an invisible shell that protects your focus, your sanity, and your company's bottom line. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. Let's be honest, in the C suite, we are addicted to input. We measure our effectiveness by how much information we can process. We are rewarded by being the first to know, the first to comment, and first to respond. But there is a trap here. When you are constantly reacting with your senses are perpetually engaged with every external stimulus, you lose the ability to see the big picture. You become a victim of your circumstances rather than architect of your strategy. Think of it as an executive drift. Without a buffer, your energy is scattered across 100 different fires. You are the boardroom, but your mind is in the comment section. You are in a strategy meeting, but your anxiety is in the last quarter's earning report. This is where the wisdom of the tortoise comes in. The Gita teaches us that the tortoise doesn't hide because it's weak. It hides because it is wise. It knows when to withdraw to preserve its life force so it can engage with the world on its own term. Let's look at the verse. One who withdraws the senses from the sense object, like a tortoise reacts its limbs into the shell, is firmly established in wisdom. This is not a call to run away to the mountains. This is a call to strategic detachment. The senses in this context are your receptors to the business world. The data, the criticism, the hype, the fear mongering, the endless notification, the shell is your internal boundary. When the tortoise pulls its limbs in, it isn't checking out of the life. It is protecting its most vital part so it can survive the threat. As a CEO, your limbs are your attention, your cognitive resources, and your emotional energy. If you leave them exposed to every bit of market noise, you will eventually get bitten. Being firmly established in wisdom, which is the state of sthiti pragana, means you can look at the crisis, acknowledge it, analyze it, but not be consumed by it. You control the input. You decide what reaches your internal command center. So, how do we operationalize this?
How do you build a shell in the middle of high growth startup or a Fortune 500 company? Here are a few steps which I would like to propose to you, and I call them tortoise protocol. Step number one: morning buffer. The tortoise doesn't start its day by running a marathon. For the first 30 to 60 minutes of your day, stay in your shell. No emails, no news, no social media. Your brain is a high performance engine. Do not let the world dump its garbage into your tank before you had a chance to calibrate your own focus or your forces. Step 2: the sensory diet. Audit your inputs. Are you consuming the information that helps you lead, or are you consuming the business noise that just induces anxiety? If a news source or a group chat is constantly causing reactive stress without providing actionable value, cut it off. This isn't ignorance, it is filtration. Step number 3 is the shell pause. When a crisis hit, and it will definitely, train yourself to pause before you react. Physically close your eyes for 10 seconds. Take a deep breath. Visualize your shell going up. Ask yourself, is this is an urgent threat that requires immediate action, or is this noise that I can afford to process later? By creating this micro pause, you shift from a reactive state to this strategic state. When you begin to lead this way, something changes in the culture of your organization. When a CEO is reactive, the whole company is reactive. If you are anxious, your team is anxious too. If you are constantly pivoting based on every market ripple, your team never gains momentum. But when you act like a tortoise, when you are the calm in the center of the storm, you give your team permission to do the same. You stop micromanaging the noise and start macro managing the vision. Your decision becomes grounded in long term reality, not short term panic. That, my friend, is how you generate a sustainable ROI. The world wants you to be fast, the world wants you to be frantic, but true unshakable focus comes from knowing when to pull back, protect your resources, and lead from a place of inner strength. Be the CEO who doesn't just react to the world, but who masters their own responses to it. If you are ready to build your own shell and lead with more clarity, I want to hear from you. Which distraction is currently the biggest threat to your focus as a leader? Drop a comment below and let's help each other to stay steady. Don't forget to subscribe for more leadership insight that bridge the gap between ancient wisdom and the modern boardroom. Until next time, stay focused, stay calm, and keep leading. See you in the next one, friends.
In the dawn of Vedic age, when human curiosity first turned towards the stars and the mystery of fire, one sage stood at the crossroad of spirituality and science. So we are talking about Rishi Angira. He became a pioneer of knowledge system that shaped Indian knowledge system and the thought that stayed for millennia. Angiras looked at fire not merely as a ritual but as a very essence of energy, transformative, purifying, and eternal. He listened to the sound not only as a chant but as a scientific medium, a carrier of wisdom across generation. He gazed the cosmos and saw order, symmetry, and proportion, principle that would echo in maths and astronomy long after his time. And above all, he taught that the body, mind, and universe were not separate realms, but a reflection of one harmonious whole. And in 2026, the contribution of Rishi Angira feels more relevant than ever because his teachings sit at the intersection of science, philosophy, and holistic living, exactly where the modern society is searching for balance. In the vast tapestry of India's spiritual and intellectual heritage, few figures stand out as bright as Rishi Angira. Counted among the Saptarishi, he was not only a seer of divine truth, but also a pioneer where the insight laid the foundation of astronomy and mathematics, and definitely the sound and how to actually handle the sound and the holistic philosophy. His legacy reminds us that the root of science and spirituality in India are deeply intertwined. So, Angira is often described as the sage of fire. In Rig Veda, his hymn of Agni reveals a profound understanding of fire, not merely a physical phenomena, but as a universal principle of energy, transformation, and purification. Fire consume and transform, and also that. So it transform into kind of a energy, and it also into purifying, and in this whole process a renew idea that resonate with the modern science notion of energy conservation and thermodynamics. For Angira, the Agni or the fire was both a deity and a metaphor. The eternal flame that linked the material world with the cosmic order. His vision of fire as energy linked to the transformation and purification, and that even resonate today also, and we that also focus on renewable energy and sustainable practices. So Angira reminds us that the energy is not just a resource, but a principle of harmony. So today we are keen regarding energy and sustainability, aren't we? So, but Angira's vision extended far beyond fire. He was deeply engaged with the cosmos and observing the star and the cycle of time. His association with the Rishi constellation reflect the Vedic tradition of linking sage to celestial bodies. In this way, Angira helped establish astronomy not merely as a tool, but for a ritual, but a science of cosmos rhythm. His teaching emphasized that the heavens were not a distinct mystery, but a living pattern guiding human life. Now in 2026, with the space exploration and AI-driven astronomy advancing rapidly, his emphasis on cosmos rhythm and the cycle offers a philosophical ground and seeing the universe not as a chaos, but as an order pattern we have learned from. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward on Angira, perhaps his most enduring contribution was in the realm of sound and knowledge transmission. So Angira recognized that the sound or shabd, that's what we call in Hindi, was and they are actually more vibration. It's more a vibration, and it has a scientific medium for preserving and transmitting the wisdom. In the age before the writing, he developed the method of oral transmission that relied on rhythm, repetition, and precise articulation. And this system ensured that the Veda could be memorized and passed down flawlessly across a generation. So, in a modern term, Angira pioneered into science of memory, science of sound, and blending linguistic and phonics and the pedagogy into one. And even now in the age of digital communication, Angira's recognition of sound or shabd, that's what we call in Hindi, as a scientific medium, and that mirrors how we use data transmission today. His oral method of preserving knowledge and anticipating the importance of precision is definitely very much relevant in information system. So his hymn also reveal a fascinating with order, symmetry and proportion. So ritual were not a random act but carefully measured sequences reflecting mathematical precision. And this emphasis on structure influenced later in Indian tradition in maths, and where the proportion and the balance became the guiding principle. So in Angira's worldwide view, the maths was not an abstract. It was a language of harmony, in a way the mirror the cosmos into human practice. His focus on order, symmetry and proportion aligned with the modern mathematics and coding and design thinking, where the structure and the balance are essential for innovation. So equally important was his teaching on balance between body, mind and cosmos. So Angira saw human being as a microcosmos of universe. Just as a fire purifies and a star guide, so too our individual alignment in their inner energy of us and yours inner energies with the rhythm of nature. So this holistic vision foreshadowed the Ayurveda and other Indian science that emphasize equilibrium as the key of health and wisdom. Perhaps most importantly, his teaching that body, mind and cosmos must remain in equilibrium and speaks directly to 2026 challenges of mental health and environment crisis and technological actually the overload. So taken together, Angira's contribution form a remarkable legacy. He gave us the vision of fire as an energy, astronomy as a cosmic order, sound as a scientific transmission, and mathematics as a symmetry, and philosophy as a balance. So his work reminds us that science, spirituality were never separate in Vedic age. They were two sides of one quest for truth. So as we look back and as we analyze the teaching of Angira, so in that context, Angira emerged not only as a sage but as scientist of soul and cosmos. His insights continue to inspire, urge us to see the universe not as a collection of isolated phenomena, but as a living, ordered whole. In his hymn, we hear the echoes of timeless truth, that knowledge, whether spiritual or scientific, is a flame meant to illuminate, transform, and guide humanity towards harmony with the cosmos. So in Vedic dawn, the Angira lit the flame of knowledge, of science, where the fire becomes energy, sound becomes knowledge, and cosmos becomes order. So in the end, Rishi Angira emerged not as a sage of Vedic age, but a visionary who saw science and spirituality as two currents of same river. His hymn to fire reveals the energy as a principle of transformation and purification. His devotion to sound gave humanity a flawless system of oral knowledge transmission, ensuring the wisdom echo across the centuries. And his fascination with symmetry and proportions seeded the spirit of mathematics, while his gaze at the star aligned human life with the cosmos rhythm. What Angira taught us was simple yet profound. The body, the mind, and the cosmos are not separate realm, but reflection of the uh, same kind of alignment, same as a kind of living, the way of living actually. So when we go forward about his teaching, I would also request you to send us the comments what you think, and if you want to add something on this in this context, please, we welcome your comments. So his vision was knowledge was not a possession but a flame meant to illuminate, purify, and guide. As we look back today, his legacy reminds us that the true wisdom lies in the balance and between energy, order, and between sound and silence, between the human and the cosmos. So please send, as I was requesting you, send your comments on this subject, and also please subscribe our channel for more insights to Indian spirituality, mythology. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome, namaskaram. Are you obsessed with hitting your target at the expense of your performance? If yes, you have reached the right place, because in this video, we explore a transformative management philosophy from Bhagavad Gita. The ancient concept of Nishkam Karma, performing your duty without attachment to the result, might sound counterintuitive in today's performance driven culture. However, it is actually the secret to sustainable growth, sharper decisions making, and long term business success. Let us go and explore this concept further. As a CEO or an executive, you are defined by your results. You live and die by the quarterly reports, the growth percentage, and the share price and the KPIs. If you miss, you answer for it. If you hit, you get a pat on the back, and then you are expected to do even better next quarter. It's a relentless cycle, but I want to ask you a question that might sound counterintuitive. What if your obsession with the result is actually the reason you have not got the result that you want? In the corporate world, we are conditioned to believe that we aren't fixated on the outcome. We aren't serious about the business. But today, I'm going to share a perspective from 5,000 years ago, which is Bhagavad Gita, specifically chapter 2, verse 47. That suggests that exact opposite of whatever we think, whatever the modern playbook tells us. It suggests that the secret to exponential growth isn't about obsession. It's a profound strategic form of detachment. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let me know name of your city and the country so that we are in a position to ascertain reach of our video. All right, let's move ahead. Let's look at the psychology of the high performance. When you are a hyper focused on the result, let's say a specific revenue target, you inadvertently do three things that damage your business. One, your current tunnel vision. When you only look at the target, you ignore the peripheral data, the market shifts, and the subtle innovation that could actually move the needle. Number two, you inject fear in your culture. If the CEO is terrified of missing a number, that fear cascades. Your team becomes risk averse. They stop innovating because innovation, by definition, involves risk of failure. They play it safe to hit the number, and in doing so, they miss the massive opportunity. Next, you lose your cognitive bandwidth. Stress isn't just an emotion, it's a biological drain. When your brain is occupied with what if we don't hit the number, you have less mental energy to solve the complex problem that actually drives the number. We have all seen the result obsessed leaders. They are reactive, they are micromanaging, they are usually burnt out. But there is a better way to lead, a way that is ancient yet arguably more relevant to the modern business landscape than ever before. Let's look at the verse. It is one of the most famous line in Bhagavad Gita, and the quote starts, "You have a right to perform your prescribed duties, but you have no right to the fruits of your action." Quote close. At first glance, this sounds like it goes against everything we teaches in business schools. No, right to the results. Yes, if you don't care about result, won't I fail? That's a big question that you might ask me. No, this is a misunderstanding. This is not a philosophy of passivity. It is a philosophy of extreme ownership of the process. Think about it like an archer. You can control the stance, the grip, the breath, and the release of the arrow. Those are your duties. The target is 100 yards away. Can you control what happens to the arrow once it leaves your bow? No, a gust of wind could move it, the target could shift, etc. If you're obsessed with the target, your hand shakes, you overthink, you tense up. But if you are entirely focused on the process of the shot, the technique, the result becomes a natural, inevitable consequence of your skill. In business terms, your duty is the strategy, the team, the culture, the product development, and the customer experience. Those are the archery skills. The revenue, the market share, the stock prices, those are the wind and the target. They are the outcome. The verse is telling you put your heart into the work because that is the only thing you actually control. So, how do we apply this in our boardroom? How do we use this to drive our growth? First, shift the KPI focus. Don't just track lagging indicators, things like revenue, profit, the result, etc. Heavily weigh your management towards leading indicators like employee management, R&D, progress, customer satisfaction, scores, etc. These are the duties you control. If you master these, result will come automatically. Number 2, foster safe failure. If you detach from the fear of outcome, you can give your team permission to experiment. When the team knows that a failed experiment isn't a career ending disaster, they innovate, they move faster, they uncover the next big product. It is how you drive growth by removing the paralysis of outcome anxiety. Third, gain the CEO's composure. When a market crash happen or a competitor undercut you, the result obsessed CEO panics. The detached CEO assess the situation calmly because their ego isn't tied to being the person who never fails. They can pivot, adapt, and iterate with cold, clear head. The paradox of Gita is that by letting go of the desperate need for the result, you actually become more capable of achieving it. You work smarter, not harder. You lead with clarity instead of chaos, etc.
The most effective leader I've studied are not those who spend every waking hour trembling about the bottom line. They are the ones who build incredible systems, nurtured incredible teams, and focus obsessively on craft of building the business, not the result. The result weren't their masters. The result was a byproduct of their excellence. So here is a challenge for the for the next 3 months, for the next quarter. Identify the things you are doing solely because you are afraid of the result, and then shift your energy. Pour it into the process. Pour it into the people. Pour it into the strategy. Let go of the outcome and watch how much more effective you can drive the growth that you're looking for. Because when you stop shaking from the pressure of the result, your aim becomes incredibly steady. So, friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective resonated with you, I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments below. What is one process you have been neglecting because you were too busy chasing a result? Let us discuss this further in the next video. Friends, have a nice day ahead, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, in this video we bridge the gap between the ancient Vedic wisdom and the modern corporate strategy. We dive deep into Bhagavad Gita where Bhagwan Krishna warns that those without faith in this dharma are bound to the cycle of birth and death. For the modern CEO, this isn't just a spiritual philosophy, it's a warning about the strategic stagnation. If you lack the conviction in the dharma of continuous learning and adaptation, your business is destined to repeat the same failures, hire the same wrong people, and miss the same market shift over and over again. Let us discuss this further. Think about your last three major business failures: the missed quarterly target, the product launch that fizzled out, and the star hire who ended up being a toxic culture fit. Now, look closer. Do they share a pattern? Most CEO believes they are facing new challenges every day. But if you strip away the tech stack and the industry jargon, you often find that the leaders are simply reliving the same mistake in different costumes. In the business world, we call this stagnation. In the ancient wisdom, it is called the infinite loop. Today, we are exploring the profound warning from Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 9, verse 3, and how it explains why some leaders evolve while others are destined to stay trapped in a cycle of birth and death within their own careers. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further and let's look at the verse itself. And the quote starts: "Those who lack faith in this dharma, O scorcher of foes, do not attain me. They return to the path of cycle and death of the world." To the CEO, this might sound purely religious, but let's look at the mechanics. The two key terms here are dharma and sansara, which is the cycle. In the leadership context, dharma isn't just religion, it is the essential nature of the fundamental laws of how things work. In business, your dharma is a path of truth, adaptation, and the value creation. Sansar is the infinite loop. It is a cycle of being born, struggling, dying, and being reborn to do it all over again because you didn't learn the lesson the first time. What does it looks like when a CEO is stuck in the cycle of death and rebirth? It looks like
the company that pivots every 6 months but never changes its internal culture, and it's a leader who fires the sales team because the revenue is down, only to hire a new team and manage them with the same flawed processes. I'm sure we have all seen this. When Bhagwan Krishna says these souls return again and again, he is describing the cycle of failure. You die in one market, you are reborn in a new venture. But because you haven't changed your fundamental approach, your dharma, you carry the same karmic baggage into the new company. You aren't growing, you're just repeating. You're stuck in the cycle of birth and death, which is mrityu sansar, and the path of recurring professional death. The verse says that the cause of this loop is the lack of faith. In modern business, the faith is often dismissed as weakness. We want data, we want KPIs, but Krishna is talking about Shraddha, a deep-seated conviction in the path of growth. For a CEO, faith in Dharma means faith in truth, having the courage to look at the ugly data and not hiding behind the vanity metrics. Faith in learning, believing that your current knowledge is insufficient of your future goals. Faith in people, moving away from micromanagement and trusting the collective dharma of your team. Without this faith, leaders become cynical. They stop innovating. They start playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And the moment you stop having faith in the process of evolution, you enter the loop. You become unattainable to the ultimate goal, which in business is the legacy. So, friends, how do you break this cycle? How do you stop being born again into the same business problem? There are a few steps. Step number 1, identify your recurring ghosts. What problem has followed you from your last company to this one? And that is your lack of dharma. Step number 2, commit to the attainable. Krishna says he is unattainable to those without faith. In business, greatness is unattainable to those who won't commit to the hard work of transformation. Breaking the loop requires a death of your ego so that a better leader can be born. Step number 3, radical adaptability. Stop trying to force the market to fit your old mental models. That is the definition of the loop. Instead, align your leadership with the current reality. Bhagavad Gita tells us that the cycle of life and death is optional for those who attain the highest truth. In your career, the cycle of failure is also optional. Do not, you don't have to keep repeating the same year 20 times and calling it a career. By embracing the dharma of continuous learning, by having faith in the principles of integrity and evolution, you break the infinite loop. You stop returning to the path of death and start building a business that, like the wisdom of Gita, is timeless. Don't just lead for the next quarter, lead to break the cycle. So friends, hopefully you have enjoyed this conversation. If you have any question, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I leave you with this lesson, I will like to talk a little bit about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. What if the secret to stress-free leadership and the ultimate corporate alignment was written thousands of years ago? Therefore, in this video, we break down knowledge mentioned in Bhagavad Gita and translate its timeless wisdom into actionable strategies for the modern business leaders, CEOs, and executives. We will discover how shifting your mindset from ownership to offerings can radically transform your corporate strategy, eliminate executive burnout, and drive purposeful leadership. Whether you are managing a startup or leading a global corporation, learning how to detach from the outcome while elevating daily execution is the ultimate competitive advantage. Let's go. Every year, hundreds of books are published on corporate leadership. We are told to focus on KPIs, OKRs, quarterly earnings, and agile scaling. We buy into the myth that a great CEO is a master controller, someone who can bend the market, the competition, and their teams to their absolute will. But if you look closely behind the glass walls of the modern corner office, you will find a hidden epidemic: executive burnout. And is it an all-time high right now? The pressure to constantly deliver results create a toxic cycle of anxiety, fear of failure, and emotional exhaustion. Why? Because the modern business teaches us that we are the sole owner of our outcomes. When the company wins, our ego spikes. When it fails, our identity shatters. What if the antidote to this brutal cycle isn't another management framework? What if the key to ultimate executive alignment and the true peace of mind was written over thousands of years ago on a battlefield? Today we are looking at a single verse from the ancient text, the Bhagavad Gita, which is chapter 9 and verse 27. It offers radical paradigm shift and it basically offers a new kind of blueprint that can upgrade a CEO's internal operating system from stress controller to an aligned, unstoppable visionary. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. So in this chapter, Bhagwan Krishna is speaking to Arjun, a warrior prince facing an overwhelming crisis of duty and identity. In verse 27, Krishna gives him a deceptively simple directive, and the quote starts: whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer, whatever you give in charity, and whatever austerity you can perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering unto me. And the quote closed. Now, at a glance, a corporate executive might look at this and think, this is a religious text about devotion. What does this have to do with my Q3 strategy or managing a multi-million dollar budget? The answer is everything. Let's break down the language of this verse through the lens of the modern leadership. Bhagwan Krishna outlines 5 years of life, and when you map them into life of a CEO, a spectacular framework emerges. So, whatever you do, the first phrase. This is your core execution. The emails you send, the board meetings you chair, the strategic pivots you execute, etc. Next, whatever you eat. This represents what you consume, not just food, but data, media, energy that you absorb and sustain yourself. Next, whatever you offer. This is your sacrifices. The late night, the hard work, the creative energy you pour into your enterprise, etc. Next, whatever you give in charity. This is your philanthropy, your corporate social responsibility, and how you take care of your stakeholders and employees. Next, whatever austerity you perform. These are your challenges and disciplines. Firing a toxic executive, managing a market downturn, or making a difficult ethical decision. The verse ends with a golden rule: do it as an offering to me. The traditional CEO operates from an ownership mindset. They believe this is my company, these are my matrices, this is my legacy, and I am responsible for this final result. While this sounds accountable, it is psychologically fragile. When you believe your own outcome, you tie yourself and your worth to the variables you cannot fully control, like inflation, geopolitical shifts, or sudden market disruptions. The Gita introduces the offering mindset. It asks the leader to shift from being owner to being the custodian or the steward. So, when you treat your daily corporate duties as an offering to a higher power, whether you define that as a divine, the universe, or transcendent higher purpose, the entire nature of your work changes. Think about how you behave when you prepare a gift or an offering for someone you deeply respect. You don't cut corners, you don't do a sloppy work, you bring your absolute best, you bring perfection. Therefore, the offering mindset does not make a CEO lazy or passive. In fact, it drives a higher standard of excellence. You build the best product not out of greed or for profit, but because your work is highly devoted. You treat your employees with profound respect because managing them is a sacred duty entrusted to you. So, practically speaking, what happens when a CEO achieves this ultimate alignment? These are three immediate breakthroughs that you can experience. First, immunity to fear and anxiety. When a product launch fails or a funding round fails through an owner spiral into a panic. But an aligned leader says, I put my best intelligence, ethics, and effort into this as an offering. The outcome is not in my hand. This detachment gives you a quite unshakable calm that allows you to pivot rationally while your competitors are panicking. Second, radical ethical clarity. So, if your work is an offering to the divine, you cannot offer something tainted by corruption, deceit, or exploitation. It forces a CEO to naturally align with conscious capitalism. Success is no longer measured solely by the balance sheet, but by the integrity of the process. Third, magnetic leadership. Employees can sense when a CEO is driven purely by ego and personal net worth versus when they are driven by a higher calling. When you lead from a place of offerings, your leadership becomes selfless. That selflessness builds deep, unbreakable trust across your entire organization. So, as we close today, I want to leave you with practical challenges. You don't have to change your corporate structure to implement chapter 9, verse 27. You only have to change your internal intent. Tomorrow morning, before you open your laptop, before you look at your phone, sit at your desk for just 60 seconds. Take a deep breath. Look at your schedule for the day and mentally say this. Every decision I make, every email I write, every conflict I resolve today, I will do it to the absolute best of my ability, and I offer it up to the higher good. Take off the heavy, suffocating crown of being the sole controller of your business. Step into your true role as an aligned leader, because when your daily execution meets a timeless vision, you don't just build a successful company, you build a lasting legacy, and you will find peace in the process. So, friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective resonated with you, please hit that like button, share this with your fellow leaders who need to hear it, and subscribe for more deep dives into timeless wisdom for the modern life. Lead with purpose, excel with detachment, and friends, I will see you in the next one. Before I leave you in this video, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome, namaskaram. Let me ask you, are you managing your company by some sort of a manual, or you are leading with the vision? This is a very profound question, and we will try and unravel the mysteries by taking help from Bhagavad Gita. We will understand difference between rigid knowledge and the true actionable wisdom. Just as the vast lake provides more water than a small one, enclosed well, a leader's capacity for insight often surpasses the limitation of the written rules and standard procedures. In this video, we translate this ancient metaphor into the modern business strategy for CEOs and senior executives. Let's go. We live in a world of checklists, standard operating procedures, the best practices. As a CEO, I have spent my entire career building the manual. We write it to ensure consistency. We write it to reduce risk. We write it so that when things go wrong, we can point to a page and say, this is how we fix it. And make no mistakes, the manual is vital. It creates a foundation of any scalable business. But today, I want to talk to you about the limit of that foundation. I want to talk about the ceiling that the manual creates, and why the most successful leaders, the one who truly scale their impact, eventually realize they must look beyond the best manual that they have created. There is a timeless piece of wisdom from Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 2, verse 46, that perfectly captures the struggle of the modern executive. And the quote starts, just as a big lake can minimize the importance of a small well, so does the knower of the absolute truth proficient in scriptures serves better than the Vedas. And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in, and that will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's break down that metaphor, and we start implementing this in our modern day business landscape. The small well is your manual. It is your SOPs. It is your quarterly KPIs, your rigid organizational structure, and your tiered, methodologies.
tried and tested strategies. It is essential, right? It is where you get your water when you're thirsty. But as a well is confined, it is the hole dug in the ground with a fixed radius. It holds a specific finite amount of water. The big lake, however, is something else entirely. The lake represents a holistic wisdom. It represents strategic intuition, deep market understanding, and the ability to synthesize information that isn't written down in any handbook. So, when you are reliant only on the well, you are limited by the depth of the well. If the industry changes and if the climate shifts, your well might run dry. But when you are a knower of the absolute truth, when you possess that broader, deeper wisdom, you are not dependent on a single source of water. You are the one who understands how the ecosystem works. You don't just know the rule of the games, you understand the nature of the game itself. Why do so many CEOs struggle with this? Because we are rewarded for doing, we are rewarded for efficiency. The manual is comfortable. It removes the need for judgment. When you follow the manual, you are never wrong. You're just compliant. But the true leader isn't about compliance, it's about adaptation. I see leaders every day who are paralyzed because of this particular manual in their life. For the market crisis, because the market crisis has not been written yet. They are looking for the page in the playbook that tells them how to handle a disruptive competitor or a shifting global economy. And they can't find it. And because they only know how to draw from the well, they panic. The knower of absolute truth isn't looking for the answer in an answer in this contest. They are looking at the market, the people, and the possibilities. They have cultivated a mindset of wisdom that allows them to make high stake decisions when the data is incomplete or the manual is obsolete. So, how do you move from the well to the lake? How do you transition from a manager of the processes to the master of strategic wisdom? It starts with intellectual humility. You must be willing to admit that your current way of doing things, your will, might be limiting your potential. Second, it requires the first principles thinking. Don't just ask, what does this SOP says? Ask, what is the actual problem we are trying to solve here? Strip away the procedures and look at the core reality of the business. Third, it requires synthesis. This is what the verse means by proficient in scriptures. It doesn't mean memorizing the rules, it means understanding the principles behind them. If you understand the why behind your business, you can create a new how when the situation demands it. The best CEOs are not just reading the manual, they are reading the room, they are reading the market, and also they are reading the future. They are the ones who can look at the complex, messy, unscripted situations and draw a clearer path forward, and that is their lake. So, when you embrace this, your leadership changes. You stop micromanaging the how and start inspiring the why. You stop fearing the deviations from the norm and start seeking them as an opportunity for innovation. You become leader who isn't just surviving the day to day, you are thriving in the absolute truth of your industry. You stop being a slave to the SOP and start being the master of the vision. Think about your organization right now. Is it a well or is it a lake? Are your people empowered to think with wisdom or are they terrified of breaking the rules? If you want to grow, if you want to scale, you have to be the one to show them the lake. Chapter 2, verse 46 of Gita isn't telling us to throw away the Vedas or, in our case, the manual. It is telling us that there is something greater than the text. There is the understanding, there is the wisdom. Today, I challenge you, open your manual, use it, respect it, and value it, but then put it down, look up, Look at the horizon, build a lake. Because the world doesn't need more people who can follow instructions. The world needs leader who can create wisdom, navigate complexity, and guide us towards a future that no manual could ever predict. Friends, if you have any questions, do send it across in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello, friends, how are you doing? We have a very profound question today that we want to address in this video. That is, can ancient wisdom solve the modern corporate burnout problem? In this video, we dive deep into the timeless wisdom of Bhagavad Gita to extract the powerful leadership lesson for today's CEOs and entrepreneurs. If you have ever felt overwhelmed by the darkness of the market volatility, ethical dilemmas, or the sheer weight of responsibility on your shoulder, this verse offers a blueprint for clarity and resilience. Let's go. The boardroom is often portrayed as the place of power and light, but every CEO knows the truth. There is a specific kind of darkness that lives over there. It isn't the absence of light, it is the presence of ambiguity. It is a fog of volatile market, the shadow of ethical compromise, and the blind spots that lead to companies' downfall. And we call it the corporate darkness. For thousands of years, leaders have looked for a torch to cut through this fog. Today, we find that the torch isn't, present in an unlikely place. It's 7,000-year-old Sanskrit verse mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 9. On the surface, it describes the divine, but for a leader, it describes the ultimate executive mindset. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse itself. The verse says, and the quote starts, the omniscient, the oldest, the controller, smaller than an atom, the sustainer of everything, the inconceivable, and as effulgent as the sun, driving away all darkness. And quote close. To a CEO, these aren't just theological adjectives. They are the 7 pillars of visionary leadership. Let's break down one by one. The verse called the divine, smaller than an atom, and simultaneously the sustainer of everything. In business, we call this macro-micro paradox. But the CEO fails because they lean too far one way. They are either big picture dreamer who miss the accounting fraud happening under their nose, or they are the micromanagers who stifle innovation because they can't see the horizon. Bhagavad Gita tells us that the true mastery is being able to see the atom, the tiny data point, the single customer complaint, the line of code, while simultaneously sustaining the entire ecosystem of the brand. Driving out darkness starts with total visibility. You cannot lead what you cannot see, whether it is as small as an atom or as large as a global supply chain. The verse use a term which is inconceivable. In the C-suite, we often rely on predictive analytics. We want everything to be conceivable, measurable, and also certain. But the darkness of the market often comes from the black swan event, the things we don't see coming, right? Learning from Bhagavad Gita means accepting the inconceivable. A great CEO doesn't just plan for what they know. They build a culture resilient enough to handle what they don't know.
This is the difference between a rigid company and an anti fragile one. When you stop fearing the inconceivable, you take away its power to paralyze you. Finally, we reach the climax of the verse, a personality as effulgent as the sun, driving away the darkness. What is the darkness in a company? It is the fear, where employees are too scared to tell the truth. It is where the departments hide information from each other. It is the ego where leaders need to be, right, outweighed the need to be successful. The affluent CEO is one who brings radical transparency. Just as the sun doesn't fight the dark, it simply arrives and the dark ceases to be. It dark just goes away. A leader who leads with the Gita's principles of light doesn't have to fix every problem manually. Their presence, their ethics, and their clarity create an environment where dark behavior simply cannot survive. When you are affluent, you provide the why for your company, and as a leader once said, who has who he who has why to live can bear almost anyhow. So how do we apply chapter 8 verse 9 starting tomorrow morning? Practice omniscience. Don't just look at the reports, seek to understand the soul of your product. Be a sustainer. Remember that your role is to support your team, not just to support by themselves. Drive out shadows. If there is a part of your business you are avoiding looking at, and that is where the darkness is, shine your light there first. Leadership is not about just quarterly results. It's about being the oldest, the most grounded, the effulgent, and also most inspiring. Bhagavad Gita isn't just a book of philosophy, it's a manual for the highest form of management. Go forth, lead like sun, and drive out the darkness. Friends, thanks for listening. If you have any questions, any suggestion, any opinion, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below. Before I part ways, I will have to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram, you're most welcome. Your resume is officially a relic of the past. As of today, July 14, 2026, the World's Top Corporation has stopped looking at where you went to school and started measuring how your brain processes chaos in real time.
You aren't now applying for a job anymore. You're entering a high stakes simulation where every click is a data point. So, in this situation, what you should do to get a job? Let's explore this further. Tell me about a time you overcame a challenge. If you have applied for a job in the last decade, you know that question. You have rehearsed that answer. You have polished it. You have delivered it to a panel of people who are trying to read your body language while you are trying to hide the fact that your palms are sweating. But what if I told you that the day of that you know performative, scripted, anxiety inducing interview are fading? Welcome to 2026. If you are currently on the job hunt, you might have noticed something strange. You applied for a position, and instead of getting a request for a Zoom call, you got a link to an interactive simulation, which is a game. Today, we are talking about why your next job interview will be a video game. And more importantly, why the old rules, the ones you have been following since 2010 or even before, might just result in a game over screen before you even get to meet a human being. Let's be honest, the traditional interview is fundamentally broken. It relies on two flawed metrics: the resume, which is basically a marketing brochure, and the interview, which is a test of who is the best at acting. Companies have realized what a well written resume doesn't mean you can solve the problem. It just means you know how to write a resume. And a charismatic interview doesn't mean you have leadership skill. It just means you are good at chatting. For years, the HR department have been looking for an objective way to assess candidate. They wanted to strip away the biases, the unconscious preferences for people who went to the same school or talk the same way or share the same hobbies. They wanted data. They found it in the one place they didn't expect, which is the video game industry. So, what does a gamified interview actually look like in 2026? It is not a Super Mario. You're not jumping over the barrels. You're stepping onto the digital environment, a simulation of the roles you're applying for. Imagine you're applying for a project manager role. Instead of saying, I am good at prioritizing, the game put you in a room. You have three projects with conflicting deadlines, a budget deficit, and a team member who's underperforming. The clock is ticking, the AI is watching. It is not measuring if you win the game, it is measuring how you play. It's tracking your reaction time to the stressors. It is mapping your decision making patterns. It is analyzing whether you prioritize the budget, the team's morale, or the long term strategic goal. You aren't answering a question, you are demonstrating your competency in real time. For the employer, this is a gold mine. They aren't getting your story, they are getting your behavioral data. They can see how you handle the pressure when the screen starts flashing red. They can see how you communicate when the AI avatars challenge your authority. It's an efficient, it is scalable, and for the candidate who know how to play, it's actually kind of fun. But here is where the game is over and the warning comes in. This isn't just about the simulation, it's about the massive AI architecture that sits behind the curtain. In 2026, many companies are using what I call the cultural fit algorithm. When you play these gamified assessment, you aren't just sending data to a recruiter, you are actually feeding a massive neural network driven predictive model. This model has analyzed thousands of top performing employees at that company. It knows the DNA of their success. When you interact with the simulation, the AI is comparing your DNA, your decision making style, your adaptability, your risk tolerance against their high performers. If the algorithm determines you are a 40% match, you might be auto rejected. No human ever see your face, no human ever read your cover letter. This sounds harsh, I know, but it is the reality of high volume hiring world in 2026. The algorithm is the gatekeeper and the gatekeeper has no patience for ambiguity. I know it sounds something out of a, dystopian science fiction movie, but take a deep breath. There is a massive upside to this shift. Think about the traditional hiring process. You have to hope that the recruiter is in a good mood. You have to hope that they don't have a bias against your university, your accent, or your background. Gamification and AI assessment actually strip a lot of that away. The algorithm doesn't care about the pedigree. It doesn't care about the name on your degree. It cares about your output. It cares about your potential. If you are a talented person who didn't go to an Ivy League school or who has a non traditional background, these games are the best friends. They are a skill first equalizer. You have a chance to prove you can do the work regardless of who you are, where you came from. The interview of 2026 is becoming a meritocracy. You just have to learn how to play the game. So, how do you prepare for an interview that feels like a video game? Stop rehearsing answers. Start training skills. Don't memorize script. You need to sharpen your decision making and your emotional intelligence. Practice high pressure scenarios. Understand the why. If the game presents a crisis, don't just react. Think about the values the company is looking for. Are they a fast paced, risk taker culture or a collaborative, risk averse culture? The game will likely lean towards one of those. Don't panic at the failure state. In many of these simulations, there is no perfect score. The game might intentionally throw a disaster at you to see if you crumble. If things go wrong in simulation, don't shut down. The algorithm is looking for resilience. How you recover from bad movie, um, bad project is often more important than the move itself. The job market is changing. The rules are being rewritten by AI, by data, and by the gamification of your work lives. It can be intimidating, but it's also an opportunity. It means the resume black hole is finally being replaced by a direct assessment of your potential. Your next interview might be a video game, but remember, every game has a tutorial, and now you know what to look for. Stay adaptable, keep your head in the game, get ready to level up your career. Friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across, and I will see you in the next or the next level, next stage, or next level, or the next one. Bye for now.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, as that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So, in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony.
So, in the year 499 CE, a young mathematician and astronomer from India named Aryabhat composed Aryabhatiya, a text that would ripple across the centuries. And within its verses lay a daring proposition. The earth was not the immovable center of the universe, but a rotating sphere where where it also it's explained the rotating sphere, which explains the rising and settling the star. This insight subtle, but yet it was really profound at that point of time, and it also hinted at a heliocentric order, placing the sun at the center of the planetary motion, and nearly thousands years before Copernicus formalized the idea in Renaissance Europe. So Aryabhat's vision was revolutionary because it challenged the prevailing geocentric worldwide. And in both Greece and Roman, and even in Indian traditions, Earth was thought to be fixed with celestial bodies revolving around it. Aryabhat broke from this orthodoxy, suggesting that the apparent daily movement of heavens was due to Earth's own rotation. Though his heliocentric leanings were not expressed in the same systematic way as Copernicus, but definitely the seeds of the ideas were unmistakable. So if you have reached this far, please inform us about your city and from where you are tuned in, and in which language you are watching this video, and this will definitely determine the reach of our channel. So look forward. And in 2026, the Aryabhat's heliocentric vision resonates in a striking way. Humanity is once again at a crossroad of knowledge, driven not only by handwritten actually, manuscript, but also about artificial intelligence, global collaboration. And just as Aryabhat challenged the obvious questions, Earth's immobility, today scientists and technologists challenges assumptions about the creativity, about ethics, and the boundaries of machine intelligence. His legacy also speaks to the decolonization of science. For centuries, the narrative of heliocentrism was framed as a European breakthrough. Yet, Aryabhat reminds us that scientific progress has always been global, with the contributors flowing across the cultures and continents. In an era where the India's ISRO launches a mission to Mars and to the moon, reclaiming Aryabhat's place in history is not just about, and it is definitely not just about the pride. It is also about recognizing the shared heritage of human curiosity. So Aryabhat's genius lay not only in his astronomical imagination, but in his mathematical rigor. He introduced trigonometric functions approximately and really very to the point, studying and presenting pi with remarkable accuracy, and devised the method for calculating planetary positions. His equation implied a solar-centric system where the planetary motion could be explained more elegantly than by Earth-centric models. So these ideas traveled far beyond India, translated into Arabic into Arabic language. It was taken by Arabs, and Aryabhat's work into Islamic world. So this is how these ideas generate a worldwide. So where the scholars they expanded upon his insights, and centuries later, fragments to its knowledge influenced by some of the fragments also influenced European thought and forming part of intellectual soil from which picked up by Copernicus heliocentric model that would grow later, and we know all this all of us know about this. So Aryabhat's heliocentric model also feels the prophetic in the age of space exploration. So by placing Earth as one planet among many, he reframed humanity's place in the cosmos. Today, as astronaut prepares for Mars mission and telescopes peer into distinct galaxies, his insight remind us that Earth is not the center of existence, but a part of a vast interconnected universe. So in 2026, this perspective is more urgent than ever. So climate change, geopolitical tensions, and AI-driven transformation all demand a planetary consciousness and awareness that Earth is fragile, finite, and not the axis of all the things. Aryabhat's heliocentric courage became a metaphor for humanity and responsibility in the modern age. So Aryabhat's heliocentric leaning were not merely scientific hypotheses, they were act of intellectual bravery. To suggest that Earth is itself was in motion and was also a challenging and challenging the deepest assumptions of his times. In 2026, as we grapple with the AI ethics, planetary colonization, the global collaboration, Aryabhat's example reminds us that the progress begins with questioning obvious. So his story is not just about astronomy, it is about courage to see things differently. And in that sense, Aryabhat's heliocentric revolution continues to orbit our imagination, urging us to look beyond the familiar and embrace the infinite. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. And we look forward for your comment on this topic. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, let me ask you, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is 7,000-year-old manuscript and some of the teachings in Bhagavad Gita can be directly related to the modern day CEOs and entrepreneurs. While the corporate world focuses on the external ROIs, the Gita point towards the ultimate ROI, which is transitioning from material containment to absolute clarity. Let us discuss this further. In the corner office of any major corporation, the metrics are always the same, which is EBITDA, market share, quarterly growth, and the shareholder value. We call this the return on investment. But there is a hidden tax being paid every single day that doesn't show up on a balance sheet. It is a tax of the cluttered mind. Think about your last major decision. Was it made with 100% clarity, or was it colored by the fatigue of the previous meetings, anxiety of fluctuating markets, or perhaps the flicker of ego? Most leaders operate in a state of what the Bhagavad Gita calls material contamination. In modern terms, we call it cognitive noise. Today, we are going to take a look at 7,000-year-old formula that offers a different kind of ROI. We are looking at chapter 6, verse 28 of Bhagavad Gita. It is a verse that promises not just success, but the ultimate happiness, and for a CEO, that might be most strategic advantage you can possess. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching our live stream. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's look at the verse itself. And the verse says, quote starts, the yogic practice free from material contamination, and by connecting with the divine, he reaches the ultimate happiness. Quote close. Alright, so this, this sounds like something like a yogic practice for a busy executive, and divine might sound like they are being asked to go to a mountain retreat and not to a boardroom. But let's translate this into the language of leadership. The verse identify three distinct stages. First, the process, a yogic practice which require consistent mental discipline. Number two, the result, the freedom from contamination, which is removal of all biases and noise. 3. The goal, the ultimate happiness, which is a state of peak performance and flow. And therefore, for a CEO, this is something which is not just spiritual. It is a blueprint of the operational, operational side of your activities, right? Don't you think so? All right. So this is going to also, improve your excellence in yourself. What does the Gita mean by contamination in the context of 21st century company? Contamination is anything that obscure your true vision in the boardroom. This looks like ego trap. And there are several things attached to the ego trap. First is making decision to win an argument rather than to serve the company's mission. Second is analysis paralysis, being so bogged down by data that you lose your intuitiveness, gut feeling, etc. Third is the emotional residue, carrying the frustration of a failed merger into your dinner with your family, or worse, into your next strategic session. When a CEO is contaminated, they are reactive. When you are reactive, you are predictable. And in business, being predictable is a liability. The Gita suggests that through yogic practice, which can be defined as structured meditation, mindfulness, and radical self-awareness, we begin to filter this contamination. Imagine your mind as a lens. Over years of high stress leadership, that lens gets covered in dust. This verse is about daily habit of wiping the lens clean. The verse mentioned, contact with divine, etc. The word of high performance, we have a different word for this, which is flow. And it is that state where the self vanishes, the time slows down, and you execute with effortless precision. But there is a deeper layer here. For a CEO, connecting with the divine can be interpreted as connecting with the highest purpose. When a leader is connected to a purpose greater than their own paycheck, or their own reputation, something shifts. This connection provides a steady anchor. And if the market crashes, the anchor holds. If the media attacks, the anchor holds. Why? Because your sense of ultimate happiness is no longer tied to the external material world. It is, it is sourced from an internal connection to the truth. This is the ultimate ROI. And if you cannot be shaken by external volatility, you become most stable point in your organization. Everyone else will look towards you to see how you react. If you are connected to that inner clarity, your organization stays calm. So how does a CEO actually do this? We don't expect you to move the Himalayas. The Gita was spoken on a battlefield, not a yoga studio. It is a manual for the people in the thick of fight. Certain things you can do, something like you can actually plan your stillness. Treat your meditation or reflection time like a board meeting. You wouldn't skip a meeting with your top investor. Don't skip the meeting with your inner self. This is where the cleaning happens. The contamination check is the second step. Before every major meeting, ask yourself, is there a contamination within you? Am I angry? Am I seeking validation? Identify the noise and it loses its power over you. Leading from Sukha, which is happiness, most leaders believe happiness comes after the success. Verse 28 flips that script. It says the practice leads to happiness, and happiness is the foundation for everything else. Lead from a place of fulfillment, and your decisions will be more sustainable and ethical. We live in an era of a hyper contamination, information overload, social media pressures, and relentless pace of AI are making clarity harder to find than ever before, right? The CEO of the future is not the one with the most data. It is the one with the cleanest lens. By practicing the principle of Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 28, you aren't just becoming a better spiritual person. You are becoming more effective, more resilient, and more visionary leader. You are trading the temporary high of material gains for the ultimate happiness and for a clear mind. This is the ultimate ROI, and we have come to the end of our discussion today. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. Now, go back to your desk, take a deep breath, and remove contamination from your mind. Lead with clarity. So friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I move on to the next topic, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the mystery of our third interstellar visitor has finally been solved. In this video, we dive deep into the groundbreaking discovery of 3I Atlas and the incredible journey astronomers took to trace its path back to its source. For years, we wondered where this high-speed wanderer originated, but the answer, may lie in chilling than ever imagined. Okay. Well, imagine a world where Harry Potter and the Top Gun live under the same roof, right? And where the gritty prestige of HBO and the massive broadcast reach of CBS are controlled by the same board of directors. Well, stop imagining. On April 20th, 2026, the media landscape shifted on its axis. Warner Brothers Discovery shareholder officially voted to approve a massive $110 billion merger with Paramount Skydance. It is a deal that essentially kills the streaming war, as we know them from the last decade. We aren't just looking at another merger, we are looking at the birth of media titans specifically designed to survive the wreckage of the peak TV era. But this wasn't a smooth ride. It involved a hostile bid, a rejected offer from Netflix, and a shareholder revolt over executive payouts that would make Roman Emperor blush. Today we are breaking down the WBD Paramount Power Play. What happens to the Max and Paramount Plus? Why does the shareholder reject David Zaslav's massive bonus? And most importantly, how does this affect your subscription bill? So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's talk money. Paramount Skydance, led by David Allison, is acquiring 100% of the Warner Brothers Discovery. The price tag? What is this price tag? It is $31 per share in cash. When you factor this WBD significant debt, the total enterprise value hit a staggering $111 billion. This wasn't WBD's first choice. Earlier this year, Netflix actually tried to swoop in $72 billion bid for just the studio and the streaming assets. But Paramount went for the all or nothing strategy. They didn't just want the movies, they wanted the cable network, the news, and the sports. By February 27th, Netflix blinked. They cited capital discipline and walked away. Paramount, backed by Allison family, which is, of course, you know Allison, right? The Larry Ellison family. Larry Ellison is the founder of Oracle, also very, very famous entrepreneur, globally known. And Redbird Capital. They both stepped up with the cash. WBD shareholders are now overwhelmingly given their blessings with 1.7 billion votes in favor. However, the deal isn't closed yet. It's expected to finalize in Q3 of 2026, pending some very intense regulatory scrutiny. So what does this mean? It's all about synergy. The goal here is to create a next generation media company. Think about the intellectual property, which is IP library, they now control together as one entity. We're talking about DC Universe meeting Mission Impossible, right? The Game of Thrones alongside Star Trek, SpongeBob, SquarePants, Sesame Street under one banner. But the biggest change for us as a consumer, the super streamer, managed managed by the combined entity, and the people who are going to manage this whole thing have already hinted that Max and Paramount Plus will eventually merge into a single platform. For the companies, this saves billions, specifically 6 billion annually by this change. Alright, so they no longer have to pay for the two separate tech stacks, two marketing departments, or two set of overhead. For the viewer, it means one app to rule, to view all of them, to rule all of them. But it also means less competition. which historically lead to, you guessed it, price hike. So if there is no competition, they have consolidated the market, they are free to put any price tag whatever they want, right? There is no pressure from the market. So if there is one thing that keeps the lights on the old media, it's the live sports. And this merger creates an absolute juggernaut. Combined, WBD and Paramount now holds the right to the NFL via CBS, NCAA March Madness, NHL and MLB championship leagues, the Olympic internationally, and the PGA tours and UFC. In a world where Amazon and Apple are trying to buy their way into sports, this combined entity becomes the must-have partner for every major league. They have the broadcast reach of CBS for the big games and streaming flexibility of Max for everything else. This is their shield against Netflix, which has only recently started dipping its toes into live events. Now, let's get to the spicy part. While the shareholder loved the deal, they hate the exit packages. WBD CEO David Zaslav, a man often criticized for his aggressive cost cutting and vaulting of completed films, was lined up for a golden parachute worth $850 million as an exit for himself. At the special meeting on April 23rd, shareholder voted forcefully against these executive payouts. 1.4 billion votes were casted against the compensation packages. Now, here is the kicker. The vote is non-binding. Technically, board can still pay him, but the message is clear. Hollywood creators and investors alike are tired of seeing massive executive bonuses while the industry suffers through layoffs and budget cuts. Even Hollywood legends like Denis Villeneuve and David Fincher signed an open letter opposing the consolidation, fearing it will lead to fewer choices and less creative freedom. So, is the deal done? Not quite. The US Department of Justice and the UK regulatory bodies are currently looking at this with a magnifying glass. Senators like Elizabeth Warren have already called it an antitrust disaster that threatens to raise prices for American families. If the deal doesn't close by September 30th, a ticking fee kick in Paramount will have to pay WBD shareholders an extra 25 cents per share every quarter. It's a massive incentive to get across the finish line fast. The streaming war started as a race to see who could spend most money to get the most subscribers. This merger proves that the race is over. The new game is now known as survival. By joining forces, WBD and Paramount aren't trying to win the war. They're trying to make sure they are the last ones standing. So what do you think, friends? Is this a super streamer you have been waiting for? Or are we just watching the slow death of a variety in Hollywood? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button to stay updated on the most massive media mergers of our lifetime. And I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, the mystery of our third interstellar visitor has finally been solved. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery of 3I Atlas and the incredible journey astronomers took to trace its path back to its source. For years, we wondered where this high-speed wanderer originated, but the answer is more chilling than we ever imagined. While Oumuamua and Borisov gave us the glimpse into the other star systems, 3I Atlas is different. New data reveals it was born in an environment of absolute extremes and extreme cold galactical origins that challenges everything we know about how comets and the planetary system forms. Let us explore this further. In the vast silence of ocean of the cosmos, things usually stay in their place. Stars keep their clusters, planets follow their tracks, but every once in a while, a ghost appears, a wanderer. In 2017, we saw Oumuamua, a bizarre cigar-shaped shard that defied explanation. In 2019, we saw 2I Borisov, a rogue comet that looked familiar but felt alien. But now in 2026 we have the third visitor, which is 3I Atlas. In fact 2025, but we are still tracking in 2026. When it first appeared in 2025 July 1st, we knew it was fast, we knew it was big. But as it sped past our sun and began its long journey back into the void, it left us a parting gift, a chemical fingerprint. For months, the world's most powerful telescopes from Alama Array in high desert of Chile or the James Webb Space Telescope have been staring at this frozen traveler. And the data just came back, and we are now finally, we know where the 3I Atlas came from. And this truth is, it is colder than anything we have ever imagined. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why 3I Atlas is so terrifying, we have to look at what it is. Astronomer calls it an interstellar object. It wasn't born in our solar system. It didn't form near Jupiter or just in the Oort cloud. It's an immigrant from another star system, likely ejected billions of years ago. On April 24th, 2026, a team from the University of Michigan, led by astronomers Teresa Caureno and Luis Salazar Manzano, published a paper in Nature Astronomy that changed everything. They weren't just looking at the comet's shape, they were looking at its heavy water, specifically, deuterated water, or HDO. In our solar system, comets have a specific ratio of regular water to heavy water. It's like a biological signature of our sun's birth. But 3i Atlas was different. Its ratio of heavy water is 30 times higher than any comet in our solar system, and it is 40 times higher than the water in our own oceans. This isn't just a slight difference. This is a neon sign screaming that this object was born in an environment we can barely comprehend. So what does this heavy water ratio tells us? It's a thermometer for the deep past. Chemical processes that create this much deuterium only happens in extreme conditions, specifically temperatures below 30 Kelvin. That is minus 406 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 253 degrees Celsius. Imagine a place so cold that even the atoms themselves seems to move in slow motion. This is where 3i Atlas was born. But here is a kicker. Astronomers think it didn't just come from a cold planet. It likely came from a loner star. Our sun was born in a crowded nursery surrounded by sibling stars that provided heat and radiation. But the home star of 3i Atlas, it was like outcast born in a dark, isolated corners of the Milky Way, where there was no other star keeping the neighborhood warm. Scientists are calling it a cold galactic origin. This comet is essentially a 10 billion year old ice cube that has preserved the chemistry of a dead, frozen era of our galaxy. If the temperature doesn't haunt you, the age will definitely do. Our sun is roughly 4.6 billion years old, and we think, that is ancient. But 3i Atlas initially estimated that it could be 11 billion years old. Think about that. When 3i Atlas was forming in its dark, frozen cradle, the Earth didn't even exist. Our sun didn't exist. The Milky was a completely different shape. This object has been drifting through the vacuum of space for twice as long as our entire world has been alive. It is a cosmic fossil. It has survived the death of its home star, the collision of galaxies, and the slow expansion of the universe, all to end up in our backyard for a brief month, right? You might be wondering, why does it matter if the rock is cold and old? It matters because 3i Atlas is the mirror. By studying its chemistry, we aren't just learning about the random comet, we are learning about the diversity of the universe. Until now, we thought our solar system's recipe was standard. We thought water was simply water. But 3i Atlas shows us that there are regions of galaxy where building block of life are fundamentally different. If the comet had crashed into a young planet in its home system, that planet would have ocean filled with heavy water. Would life even be possible there? Or would it be a world of heavy biology fundamentally incompatible with us? As we speak, 3i Atlas is moving at 137,000 miles per hour. It has already passed Jupiter. It is heading back into the interstellar dark, away from the warmth of our sun that briefly woke it up from its long slumber. We may never see it again. In a few years, it will be just another data point in our archives, but it leaves us with a terrifying, beautiful realization. The universe is much, much bigger, much older, and much colder than we dare to believe. We have just, warm up little campfire in a very, very cold forest, right? So friends, what do you think about this? If you have any question, do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you want to keep up with the latest from the deep freeze of space, hit that subscribe button and stay curious. This next visitor could be the right around the corner. So friends, see you in the next one. But before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज निजमन मुकुर सुधार बरनव रघुवर बिमल जसु जो दायक फल चार बुद्धिहीन तनु जानु के सुमरो पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि हरेहु कलेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर राम दूत अतुलित बल धामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी कंचन वरन विराज सुवेसा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा हाथ वज्र ओ ध्वजा विराजे कांधे मुंह जनेऊ साजे शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर राम काज करिवे को आतुर प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन बसिया सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सिंह दिखावा विकट रूप धरी लंक जरावा भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे रामचंद्र जी के काज संवारे लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए रघुपत कीन्ही बहुत बड़ाई तुम मम प्रिय भरत संभाई सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे अस कहे श्रीपति कंठ लगावे सनकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा नारद सारद सहित अहिसा जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहां थे कवि कोविद कह सके कहा थे तुम उपकार सुग्रीव वही कीना राम मिलाए राजपद दीना तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु लीलियो ताही मधुर फल जानो प्रभु मुद्रिका मेर मुख माही जलधि लांगय अचरज नाही दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते सुगम अनुग्रह तुमरे तेते राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना आपन तेज समारो आपे तीनों लोग हाँकते कांपे भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे महावीर जब नाम सुनावे नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे मन कर्म वचन ध्यान जो लावे सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए चारों जुग प्रताप तुम्हारा है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा साधु संत के तुम रखवाले असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे अस सिद्धि नौ निधि के दाता अस पर दीन जानकी माता राम रसायन तुमरे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा तुमरे भजन राम को पावे जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे अंत काल रघुवर पुर जाई जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई और देवता चित न धरे हनुमत से ही सब सुख करे संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गुसाई कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई जो सतपार पाठ कर कोई छूटे बंदी महा सुख होई जोए पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा होए सिद्धि साखी गौरी सब तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेरा कीजिए नाथ हृदय में डेरा पवन तनय संकट हरन मंगल मूरत रूप
राम लखन सीता सहित हृदय बसो सुरभूप। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। Hello friends and namaskaram. In a landmark deal that reshapes the global AI landscape, Meta has officially partnered with Reliance Industries to build its first ever AI enabled data centers in India. Located in Jamnagar, Gujarat, this 168 megawatt facility is more than just infrastructure. It is a clear signal that India is rapidly becoming the backbone of the next generation of artificial intelligence. Let us explore this further. Hello everyone, my name is CK and welcome back to Akulmach Business. If you have been following the global tech landscape, you know the narrative has shifted. For years, the story of artificial intelligence was written almost exclusively in Silicon Valley. But today, the center of gravity is moving. Just day before yesterday, on June 10th, 2026, we saw a watershed movement. Meta has officially announced its first build to suit AI data center in India, located in Jamnagar, Gujarat, in partnership with Reliance Industries. We are talking about massive 168 megawatt facility that will eventually power some of the most advanced AI workloads on this planet. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, but why India? Why is a global giant like Meta pouring such massive capital into our backyard? Today we are going to peel back the layers of this strategy. This isn't just about servers, it's about the intelligence era. Let's look at the logistics. Why Jamnagar? Reliance isn't building a warehouse, because usually all the big business of Reliance, which are bulk in nature, are all located in Jamnagar. So they are building a hyperscale campus. This facility isn't just powered by the grid; it is designed for sustainability, using renewable energy and desalinated seawater for cooling. Meta is covering the cost to ensure this just isn't just big; it is efficient. And look at the geography. Jamnagar sits right next to the key undersea cable landing station. Meta is connecting this facility to Project Waterworth, the world's longest subsea cable system. This allows them to tie India's digital infrastructure directly to their global nervous system. For Meta, India isn't just a market of 1.4 billion people anymore. It is becoming a compute hub. They are betting that India's infrastructure can handle the most complex AI reasoning models, and they are backing it with over a gigawatt of renewable energy agreement with partners like CleanMax. Think back to 2016. The conversation in India was about the cost of the data. We led a revolution that made the internet accessible for everyone. Mukesh Ambani said recently, India cannot afford to rent intelligence. Therefore, we will have to reduce the cost of intelligence as dramatically as we did with the cost of data. And that is the mission. Meta's partnership with Reliance and their joint venture in artificial intelligence is aimed at democratizing high-end AI tools. And what is that we are talking about here? We're talking about starting with business agents, automating customer services across WhatsApp, Messenger, Instagram for millions of small businesses. Number two, creator assistant, giving the massive Indian creator economy the tools to analyze performance and generate content in real time. Meta is betting that if they provide the tool for intelligence, the Indian market will build the solution on top of it. So, why are they doing this now? Because the data is undeniably very important. A recent BCG report shows that India leads the world in workplace AI adoption. 97% of the Indian managers are using AI regularly. We aren't just consumers of technology, we are at its most enthusiastic implementers. When you combine our demography dividend our massive technical talent pool, and now this world class infrastructure that Meta and Reliance are laying down, you got an ecosystem that is perfectly primed for a particular scaling. A global giant realized that if they want to win in AI, they don't just need to sell to India, they need to build in India. So, what does this mean for people like you and me, for the developers, for the business owners, and for the students watching this channel? It means the barriers to entry for AI innovation is collapsing. With the level of infrastructure, India is transitioning from service provider to global hub for AI driven transformation. We are no longer just outsourcing work, we are insourcing the intelligence revolution. As we see these data centers come online over the next 2 years, keep a close eye on the applications being built here. We are entering an era where your local business, your education system, your career will be powered by compute capacity that was previously unimaginable. So friends, once again, my name is CK and this is Akulmach Business. If you found this deep dive valuable, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and let me know in the comments, do you think India will become the #1 global destination for AI development by 2030? Let us discuss it more, and I await your messages and opinions. See you in the next one.
हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज है 2 जुलाई यानी कि बृहस्पतिवार यानी कि थर्सडे। तो आज का दिन जो है वो भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित है। तो हम हर रोज भगवान की पूजा करते हैं। आज हम विष्णु भगवान की पूजा करेंगे और एक मंत्र का सिंपल सा मंत्र है, 11 दफा उच्चारण करेंगे, रिसाइटेशन। तो हर रोज की तरह मैं इस काउंटर को यूज करूंगा। आप जैसे मर्जी इसको करना चाहें, आपके पास माला है या अपने मन में आप करना चाहें, आप फ्री समझिए, कैसे भी आप करिए, लेकिन 11 दफा करना है। हर थर्सडे को, हर बृहस्पतिवार को अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान का नमन करना जरूरी है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लेते हैं और इस काउंटर को हम अपने पास रखते हैं और शुरू हो जाते हैं अपना भगवान विष्णु की आराधना के लिए। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारी आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई और अब हम अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। जैसे हमारा दिन शुभ है, हम इसकी कामना करते हैं, वैसे ही हम इसकी भी कामना करते हैं कि आपका दिन भी मंगलमय और शुभ रहे। इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को हम अभी यहाँ पे बंद करते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। नमस्कार।
Hello, friends, and Namaskaram. In an era of market volatility, global uncertainty, and the constant disruption, where does a CEO find their true strength? In order to answer this question, in this video, we dive into the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. Alright, we will discover how the concept of indestructible self, which cannot be burned by fire, cut by weapons, or withered by wind, can be applied to the strategic mindset for leaders. Very, very important insight from Bhagavad Gita. Don't go anywhere. Let's go and proceed our discussion further. Welcome once again. Today we are exploring the profound bridge between the ancient wisdom and the modern leadership. If you are an executive, founder, or a leader navigating the high pressure landscape of 2026, you know that resilience is not just a soft skill, it is the most critical asset. Often, leadership advice focuses on the external tools, productivity hacks, AI integration, or the market strategies. But the Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 2 and verse 23, invite us to look at the inner architecture of the resilience. In this verse, Bhagwan Krishna explains the nature of self to Arjun on the battlefield, providing a masterclass in emotional detachment and psychological stability. Let's dive into what this means for you in the boardroom and for all other leaders. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. The quote starts, "This self cannot be cut by weapon, nor burned by fire. It cannot be moistened by water, nor withered by wind." And the quote close. Such a simple verse, right? At first glance, this sounds like a metaphysical statement. But for the modern executive, it is the psychological blueprint. Krishna is teaching Arjun that his true identity, his core capacity for decision making and judgment, is independent of the external threats. In your professional life, you face weapons of criticism, fire of markets, disruption, floods of regulatory changes, and winds of economic volatility. The verse teaches us that our core composure must be distinct from those which are coming from the external pressures. So, how do you translate this into executive action for us, for modern leaders? Starting with separate identity from outcome. When a project fails, many leaders feel cut or burned. They, internalize the failure as a personal defeat. Gita teaches us to view professional outcome as external variable. Your value as a leader, your clarity, your integrity, your vision remains untouched even when the specific business initiative fails. This is the ultimate form of detachment. Next is the maintaining equanimity. Bhagavad Gita teaches, balance, remaining balance in success and failure. When you realize that your inner self is resilient, you stop reacting erratically to market noises. You move from state of reaction to the state of responses, which is acting with purpose. Next is the unburnable mindset. And you can think about, you can imagine an image that a leader is sitting in the boardroom, completely grounded, while chaos swirl are outside all around in the boardroom. What is the visualization of verse 23? You are in the stillness in the center of the storm. When you cultivate this inner stability, your team feels it. A resilient leader provides a safe harbor for their organization during turbulent times. The biggest obstacle to resilience is the ego. We often tether our resilience to our titles, our stock prices, or our reputation to some ego-based item. But the verse implies that these are the transient things, subject to fire, water, and wind. When you base your resilience on external achievements, you are brittle. When you base it on your inner values, what Gita calls you as your dharma, you become indestructible. The executive resilience, therefore, is not about hardening yourself like a wall. It's about understanding that your true source of strength is internal, and it is the ability to show up to the board during the board meeting with the same clarity after a massive success as you would after a major setback as well. So, basically, equanimity you need to maintain. So, how do you practice this tomorrow morning? First, the morning check-in. Before your first meeting, take 1 minute to reflect on this verse. Remind yourself, today external circumstances may fluctuate, but your ability to lead with clarity is not dependent on them. Next, neutral observation. During a crisis, pause. Instead of asking, why is this happening to me? Practice viewing the situation as an external event like fire or wind that you must navigate rather than something that defines your character. Third is outcome based detachment. Focus intensely on your action, which is your duty. and release your grip on specific results. You control the effort, the universe must force and human behavior control the final outcome. So, as you move through your week, remember the image we have discussed, the unwavering strength of the soul that cannot be harmed by the element of the world. Your organization needs more than just a strategy. It needs a leader who's unshakable, a leader who acts from a place of deep inner calm. And that is a lesson of chapter 2, verse 23. It is the path to becoming not just successful executive, but a truly resilient human being. Thank you for your time. Go forth with clarity and lead from your center. See you in the next one.
Hello friends, Namaskaram. In today's volatile market, most CEO react to the noise, but the best leader operate from a place of stillness. In this video, we explore why true leadership isn't about suppressing emotion, but about mastering equanimity. We will learn how to remain unshaken by market swings, internal crises, and the constant pressure of the C-suite. Let's go. We often talk about hustle as the primary metrics for CEO. We talk about passion, about drive, about the fire in our belly. But if you have been at the helm of any significant time, you know the truth. The fire that drives you can easily become the fire that consumes you. Today, I want to talk about your greatest business asset. And it isn't your capital, your intellectual property, or even your team. It is your ability to remain equanimous. It is the ability to stand in the middle of the storm, a market crash, a peer crisis, a boardroom battle, and remain entirely unmoved. Today, we are looking at a 5,000-year-old framework for modern executive success. We will take help from Bhagavad Gita. And the verse is verse 56 in chapter 2. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue with our discussion. The verse reads like this, and the quote starts, "One is neither overjoyed nor agitated in happiness or suffering, free from desires, craving for pleasures, fear and anger. One's mind is tranquil." And the quote close. Let's break down for the boardroom. Most leaders are addicted to the win. When the members are up, they are euphoric. When the numbers are down, they are terrified. The volatility is a liability. Why? Because when you are swinging between euphoria and panic, your cognitive capacity drops. You stop seeing the business as it is. You start seeing it through the filter of your own emotional state. Equanimity or the sthiti pragna is not about having no emotions. It's about having a mind that is not owned by them. It is the ability to witness the ups and downs without becoming the passenger to them. Why is this your greatest asset? Because of the decision velocity. When you are agitated by suffering, things like losses, failure, harsh reviews, etc., you make reactive decisions. You cost cut when you should be investing. You fire people when you should be mentoring. You pivot when you should be staying on course. When you are intoxicated by happiness, things like huge wins, record quarter, etc., you make arrogant decisions. You overexpand. You ignore the red flags. Equanimity creates a neutral baseline. Think of it like a shock absorber on a vehicle. If you drive over a bumpy road, and business is bumpy road, of course, without shock absorbers, every single stone you hit shakes the entire chassis. You lose traction, you lose control. Equanimity is the shock absorber. It keeps the vehicle steady so you can keep steering. It allows you to look at a 20% drop in revenue with the same clarity that you look at 20% increase. And that clarity is where the competitive advantage is found. You are probably wondering, this sounds like philosophy, But how do I do this on a Monday morning? And here are the three practical steps that you can follow. And number one is the pause protocol. When a fire hits your desk, an urgent, high stress email forces a 2-minute gap before you respond. The Gita suggests that the mind is tranquil when it is free from immediate craving to fix it or the fear of result. Use the gap to separate the event from your interpretation. Next, number two is outcome decoupling. Practice doing your job with 100% intensity, but give yourself a permission to be detached from the outcome. Work as if you control everything, but accept that you control very little. The sounds paradoxical, isn't it? But it works. It removes the fear of failure, which is the biggest blocker to innovation. And lastly, the third person perspective. In the middle of the crisis, ask yourself, if I were a consultant looking at this company from outside, what would I advise? This instantly moves you from the agitated player to the tranquil observer. I know what some of you may be thinking. If I'm not overjoyed or agitated, am I not losing my edge? Don't I need that fire? There is a massive difference between apathy and equanimity. Apathy is I don't care. Equanimity is I care deeply, but I am not enslaved by the result. The most dangerous CEO are the ones whose ego is tied to the stock price. The most powerful CEOs are the ones whose identity is tied to their mission. When your mission is bigger than your ego, you don't need the high of the wind to keep going, and you aren't crushed by the low of the losses. That is the sustainable leadership. That is the only way to build a legacy that lasts. The world is noisy. It is designed to make you react. It is designed to pull you into volatility. Your job as a leader is to be the eye of the storm. You can cultivate that state of mind where you are present, focus, and unshakable. You will not only make better decisions, you will also create culture of stability for your team. Leadership isn't about how high you can jump during a good time. It's about how level you can keep your head when everything else is losing theirs. So, friends, start today. Don't react, observe, and watch how your business changes when you bring the power of equanimity to the table. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. And I will catch you again in the next one.
Twilight chambers of bat caves. Science listens to the whispers carried on wings. Each flutter is more than a movement, it is a messenger of hidden viral world evolving in silence yet capable of reshaping human history. These caves are ecological crossroads where bats, viruses, and environment is intertwined in a delicate balance. Deep inside the humid darkness of Bat Cave, science finds a living lab where the ecology, virology, and human destiny intersects. Bats, with their extraordinary diversity and a global distribution, are reservoir of countless viruses, many harmless within their host, but some with the potential to leap across the species boundaries. The study of virus ecology in these caves is not simply an exercise in curiosity. It is a frontline defense against the next pandemic. Researchers entering these caves are greeted by a symphony of wings and echoes, but beneath the spectacle lies a complex web of interactions. Viruses circulate among bat population through social grooming, shared routes, and feeding habits. Each colony become a microcosm of viral exchange, and where the genetic material mutates, recombines, and occasionally acquired the trace that makes cross-species infection possible. By observing these dynamics, scientists gained predictive insight into zoonotic spillover, the moment when the pathogen jumps from animals to humans. And these recent fieldwork has revealed that a spillover risk is not random. It is shaped by ecological pressures, food scarcity, or maybe driving bats closer to human settlement, seasonal migration, concentration of the population, and environmental stress, weakening the immune defenses. So in these caves, near agricultural zone, bats often we find them in fruit orchids and leaving salivas, droppings that can actually contaminate the produce. So such ecological bridges create pathways for virus to escape from their natural host. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us in determining the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this interesting topic, the bat cave thus become a metaphor for a porous boundary between wilder habitat and the civilization. By squeezing viral genomes and collecting them from the salivas and other material which is like droppings, scientists can map evolutionary trajectories, and identifying which strain show sign of adapting to mammalian cells beyond bats. So these molecular fingerprints act as warning signals, allowing public health agencies to monitor the hot spots before outbreak occurs. So equally important are the behavioral observations. Like high definition footage of bat feeding, clustering, and interacting with other species reveals how viral transmission is facilitated. So in one study, the camera captures bats feasting alongside with the primates and rodent, creating a shared ecological niche where the pathogen could easily cross species line. And such insight underscores that the spillover is not merely a biological event, but an ecological one woven into a fabric of shared habitat. The implication definitely ripple outward. So understand a virus ecology in bat's cave informed the predictive model that integrates climate change and deforestations and urban expansion, which is definitely on high at the moment. Now, as forests shrink, the caves are disturbed. Bats are forced into a closer contact with human, amplifying the risk. So by stimulating these scenarios, scientists can forecast where and when spillover is most likely and guiding surveillance and intervention strategies. They can work on that, these kind of strategies. Yet, the narratives is not one of the fear alone. So bats are vital pollinators, you know that, and insect controllers. So essential to definitely essential to ecosystem. Now, when we demonize them and would be like counterproductive. So instead, the lesson from the virus ecology is balance. Protecting bad habitats reduce stress on population, thereby lowering the viral shedding and minimizing the human exposure. So conservation becomes a form of public health. So in a broader arc of science, the bat caves is a reminder that pandemic are ecological phenomena before they become actually a medical crisis. So by listening to these whispers of wings in the dark, humanity gains foresight into the invisible currents of viral evolution. The caves teaches us that the vigilance must be ecological and behavioral all at once. So, thus, the study of virus ecology is bats in the bats cave is not confined to academic genres. It is a story of anticipation, resilience, and interconnectionness. Now, these insight helps predict zoonotics spillover risk, offering humanity a chance to act before the next leap occurs. So, in the shadow of the caves, science illuminates pathway of prevention and turning potential catastrophe into knowledge and knowledge into preparedness. From the echoes in the dark to insight in the lab, the bat caves teaches vigilance. So, and protecting habitats, decoding viral patterns, and respecting the ecological balance are not just act of science; they are act of survival. Now, the Bat Cave, once seen as a mysterious refuge of night, now stands revealed or as a vital classroom for humanity. Now, within these shadows, viruses evolve, adapt, and remind us of the fragile thread that binds ecosystem together. So, by decoding these hidden exchanges, the scientists are not merely studying the bats; they are safeguarding the future of human health. The lesson is very clear. Pandemics are born at the intersection of ecology and society, and the prevention begins with the understanding. Protecting habitats, respecting biodiversity, and listening to the signals of nature are the act of foresight. So, in the quiet echoes of caves, we find both warning and wisdom. An urgent call to balance our relationship with the natural world before the next leap occurs. So, we would look forward your comments, what you think about this subject. And we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Before the robotic arms ad, AI entered the operation theatre. A healer in ancient India was already reshaping the future of medicine. Sushruta, the legendary father of surgery, carved his legacy not with the medicines, but with wisdom, precision, and compassion. In Sushruta Samhita, he described rhinoplasty, cataract surgery, and anatomy with astonishing details. Centuries ahead of his time, and in today 2026, as medicine balance in innovation with ethics, his voice echoes across the millennia. Let's find out more about him. In the annals of medical history, few names shines as bright as Sushruta, the ancient Indian physician whose vision and practice earned him the title of Father of Surgery. So, living around the 6th century BCE in Kashi, the modern Varanasi, Sushruta was more than a healer. He was teacher, he was philosopher and innovator who believed medicine was a sacred duty rooted in compassion and discipline. His legacy, preserved in Sushruta Samhita, continues to resonate even in 2026 as the world seeks balance between cutting edge technology and holistic care. Sushruta Samhita is monumental text spanning 186 chapters covering surgery, anatomy, pharmacy and pediatrics, taxology and prevention medicines. Within its page, Sushruta described surgical techniques that astonish modern readers also, like rhinoplasty using skin flaps, cataract surgeries by lens removal, and lithotomy for bladder stones and obesities, a procedure to save mothers, especially in critical conditions. He catalogs over 300 bones, 700 vessels, and a wide array of surgical instruments. So, demonstrating a mastery of anatomy that was centuries ahead of its time. His insistence on hygiene, diets, and lifestyle as pillar of health foreshadows even the modern preventive medicines. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward on this wonderful topic, Sushruta's contribution was not merely technical. He emphasized on ethics, compassion, and the morality of responsibilities of physicians. So, in an age where the artificial intelligence and robotics are entering in operating rooms, his reminder that the healing is both science and art, and that feels especially both the things combination and the field definitely you will also agree is very urgent even in 2026. Technology may enhance precision, but the human touch, empathy, respect, and ethical judgment remains irreplaceable. In 2026, Sushruta's relevance is striking. As reconstructive surgery advances, his pioneer in rhinoplasty techniques are recognized as a procedure to modern plastic surgery. As integrative medicines gains traction, his holistic approach, combining such surgery with Ayurveda, diets, and lifestyle, offers a model for sustainable healthcare. And as a global health system grapples with the pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas, his vision of medicines as moral duty provides timeless guidance. So, Sushruta's life reminds us that innovation is not only about inventions but about foresight. He anticipated the need for structured surgical training, insisting that students practice on watermelon or animal carcasses before operating on human. As a principle, echoes even today's medical simulations. He saw the physician not as a technician but as a custodian of life, entrusted with both skill and conscience. So in 2026, Sushruta's voice echoes across millennia. His cave of knowledge, like that of Bat Cave of virus ecology, teaches vigilance and balance. He reminds us that the medicine must evolve and serve the humanity, and the healing is a dialogue between tradition and innovation. His contribution is not a relic of past, but a living lesson for the future. So definitely, and this is something. His legacy is not definitely. We should read, we should appreciate, and we should also follow the footstep what he has put across for human development, human health development. So his legacy, as I said, is not definitely a relic. It's a living compass pointing us towards future where the healing is both precise and compassion. So we have come to end of this interesting topic. I will request you to like and subscribe our channel and look forward for your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this live video, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Namaskaram doston, you're most welcome. In a world of constant notifications and the rapid fire decisions, the greatest threat to a CEO's success isn't the competitor, it is the inability to focus. Therefore, in this video, we explore the high cost of distraction in executive leadership and share a 5,000-year-old framework for mental clarity. We will actually take help from Bhagavad Gita and try to decode this particular issue. Let's go and explore this further. We've all been here, haven't you? Late night, glowing screen, the weight of the company on your shoulder, and a whirlwind of notifications, market alerts, and urgent emails spinning around your head. In the modern business world, we are conditioned to believe that the multitasking is a superpower. We think that being connected is the same as being effective. But I'm here to tell you that this fragmented state of mind is costing you your greatest asset, your decision making capacity.
In the C suite, distraction isn't just an annoyance, it is your greatest enemy. It is the silent thief of strategic foresight. Today, we are going to look at 5,000-year-old solution to this modern crisis. We are going to discuss how a single verse from Bhagavad Gita can turn around a scattered executive into a unshakable leader. What happens when your mind is fragmented? You lose the big picture. You focus on the urgent, never the important, right? Your intuition dulls. You stop sensing the weather of your market because you are too busy checking the barometer every 5 seconds. You lose your presence. Your team can feel it. When the CEO is distracted, the company culture becomes reactive, anxious, and erratic. The problem isn't that you lack talent, it is that your senses, your connection to the influx of constant noise data, are effectively holding your mind hostage. You are experiencing what we might call executive overload. Thousands of years ago, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, the warrior prince Arjun faced a crisis of focus. His mind was shattered. The solution offered to him in the Bhagavad Gita, which is mentioned in chapter 2, verse 61, is an relevant to the modern CEO as it was to that ancient leader. The verse essentially states, and the quote starts, the only way to maintain steady wisdom is to control your senses and absorb your mind in me. Now, let's strip away the complexity. What does this mean for your business? Control your senses. In your term, this means managing your input. It is not just about turning off your phone, it's about curating the information that reaches your brain. A CEO who reads every headline, checks every Slack channel, and engages in every micro drama is a CEO whose senses are uncontrolled. Next is absorb your mind in me. In a spiritual context, this refers to the divine. In the leadership context, however, I want you to replace that with your vision or your company's North Star. To absorb your mind means to be so completely anchored in your long term goal, your company's mission, and your strategic intent that external noise simply bounces off and it does not affect you. How do you actually get there? And here are your technical guide to apply verse 61, and you can do it from tomorrow morning. First, build a sensory firewall. You have the power to limit inputs, schedule your deep work, block where no notifications are allowed, protect your mental bandwidth, and the same way you protect your company's capital. Number two, practice the observer mentality. When a crisis hit, don't jump into the middle of it immediately. Take a step back. Observe the chaos. By controlling your sensory reaction to the bad news, you gain a split second of clarity that your competitor won't have. And number three, re anchor hourly. Every hour, ask yourself, does what I'm doing right now align with my highest strategic priority? If the answer is no, you are letting your senses distraction, which is your distraction, dictate your time. Mastering your mind is not about becoming a monk, it's about becoming a strategist. When you stop chasing every shiny object and every urgent email, you become the most powerful person in the room because you are the one and only who is truly steady. Distraction is easy, it's a path of least resistance. But leadership is the practice of holding the line. You have a choice. You can continue to let the market, the notification, and the urgent demand pull you in thousand different directions, like the first in the first para we described, or you can choose to be the steady hand at the center of the storm. Control your input, anchor your mind in your vision, master your mind, and you will find that you are no longer just reacting to the market. You are the one defining it. If you found this insight valuable, I challenge you to the test, which is based on 2.61, and I call it 2.61 protocol. 2.61 is chapter 2, verse 61 of Bhagavad Gita. And just do it for just 1 week. Cut the noise, deepen the focus, watch what happens to your decision making. Don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into the ancient wisdom for the modern leadership, friends. Until next time, lead with clarity. And I will catch you again in the next one. Hello, friends. In today's volatile business landscape, even the most successful CEO often find themselves navigating a joyless market, a reality defined by a constant change and the temporary gains. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the profound wisdom as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, and we will try and extract the actionable leadership lessons for the modern executive. We will learn why the most resilient leaders are those who ground their strategy in a deeper purpose rather than just the fluctuating bottom lines. Let's go. We live in a world of endless performance metrics, quarterly earnings, and constant digital noise. As a CEO or as a senior leader, you are likely to, must have felt it. That nagging sense of joylessness. Even when you hit your targets, there is a recurring feeling of emptiness, as if the goalpost keeps moving ahead and the victory feels temporary. What if I told you that this specific problem, this feeling of temporary, joyless, and volatile market, was analyzed in detail over 7,000 years ago? Today we are looking at chapter 9, verse 33 of Bhagavad Gita. It is a verse that speaks directly to the nature of our work and offer a profound strategy for leadership that transcends the typical corporate burnout. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Let's look at the core of the verse, and the verse start. The Brahmins, kings, and devotees are thus more, predisposed to worshipping me in this temporary and joyless world. And the quote close. It sounds heavy, doesn't it? Temporary and joyless. Let's translate that into modern business terms now. Temporary represents our current market conditions. It refers to the volatility of the stocks, disruption of AI, and the ever-changing consumer trends. It is a reminder that no business position is permanent. Next is joyless. Isn't being sad, it's being lack of intrinsic fulfillment in a transactional environment. If your business model relies solely on the external metrics, you are playing a game that by its very nature cannot offer lasting fulfillment. The verse mentioned three groups, which is Brahmins, which in other terms you can consider as thinker or visionary. Next is kings, which could be leaders or executives, and lastly devotees, which is the seeker. It suggests that these individuals have predispositions towards a higher path. As a leader, you are a king in your own sphere. The lessons here is that you cannot lead effectively if you are as volatile as the market you operate in. If your joy is tied to the stock price, you are a servant to the stock price. If your joy is tied to the market share, you are servant to the competitors. The Gita teaches that the most effective leaders
maintain their internal compass, regardless of the external joyless nature of the environment. You stop managing for the sake of transactions and you start managing for the sake of purpose. So how do we apply this in the C-suite? On everyday working day mornings, like Monday morning, for example, detach from the temporary. That is point number one. And how this will work? Acknowledge that the market is cyclic. Don't build your identity or your company culture on the high or low. Build on why. Next is cultivate inner sovereignty. You are the king. Don't abdicate your mindset to the news cycle. Create a mental space that is non-negotiable, a space for deep thoughts and that the chaos of the office cannot penetrate. Third, lead with higher purpose. The verse suggests that by connecting your actions to a higher intent, we move out of the joyless cycle. When your team sees that you aren't just chasing revenue but serving a greater mission, the joy returns to the work. It becomes meaningful. The market is and will always be temporary, but your influence as a leader doesn't have to be. When you recognize the joyless nature of pure transactional business, you are finally free to inject it with something more. You stop being a slave to the cycle and start becoming the architect of the culture that thrives in spite of the chaos. Leadership in its highest form is the ability to stay grounded while everything else is in motion. And that is the important lessons that we learn from chapter 9, verse 33. So friends, if this resonates with you, I invite you to reflect on one thing that you have done this week that feels transactional, and if you cannot shift it today to a higher purpose, also let me know. Don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into the ancient wisdom for the modern C-suite, and I will see you again very soon in the next one. Before I part in this video, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.